to compete in the tournament, the Last Time Is Now tournament. This news coming through about 2 hours ago now. And yes, I don't know as to what they're going to do in regards to a replacement. It just says due to a shoulder injury, Sheamus is not medically cleared to continue competing in the tournament. Additional information is going to be provided tonight. So Sheamus is out, and I'm guessing that is a real injury. I haven't heard if it's just storyline or if it's legit. But they are saying that Sheamus is out of the Last Time Is Now tournament due to a shoulder injury. So we should get an update on that tonight. And we should find out a little bit more in regards to that and what it's going to mean. The other thing we need to do, though, is jump over and have a look at the breakdown for tonight. So here we have got... Oh, that's interesting. Because there's quite a nice JC Jane shirt that I was looking at, but it's £58. So but even with 40% off, it's still, you know, probably at its price that it should be, even with 40% off, but whatever. Okay, Carmelo Hayes takes on Bronson Reed in the Last Time Is Now tournament. Penta battles Finn Balor in the Last Time Is Now tournament. I think Bronson progresses. Although there is a chance that people get involved from the Survivor Series teams to cost him. But equally, there's a chance The Miz gets involved to cost Carmelo. If I had to choose between the two, I think WWE are more interested in Bronson than Carmelo. Bronson's in a much bigger position than Carmelo is. So I'm thinking Carmelo would be my pick. But there's probably a way forward where both progress. Although we haven't been seeing much outside interference up until this point, and I hope that does continue. One-on-one match, I think they go Bronson Reed. Penta, Finn Balor, I think we go Penta. Finn Balor's in Judgment Day. There's other things for him to focus on. I think we go Penta. So that would be a heel and a face. Both progressing. Feels right. Fraxiom go head-to-head with DIY. That'll be fun. I like both of those teams, so down for that. Don't miss the fallout from the chaotic brawl at the conclusion of Raw. Do you know, that actually got a lot of attention. I thought it was pretty standard stuff. You know, you get that every year with Survivor Series teams, but I think the star power of those involved just meant that people were actually really, really interested in that brawl. So that brawl getting quite a bit of attention. And then who will be the final members of the Women's War Games match? I didn't know that we found that out today. Obviously, we're expecting to be big time, and we're expecting it to be AJ. AJ got spoken to just the other day by Rhea, so there's not much mystery there. If AJ's going on the one side, then you know Becky's going on the other. So AJ Lee and Becky Lynch, as I said, not really much mystery to that one. And there we go. That's SmackDown. So I don't know. Are we missing a bit of star power? I mean, what's the biggest name on this? Carmelo, Bronson, Penta, Finn, Fraxiom, DIY. Don't miss the fallout from the brawl. Does that mean people are on the show, or are we just going to see like a video package? And who's going to be the final members? I mean, maybe we're going to have the Survivor Series teams on the show, you know, Brock and Roman and all of that. I'm not sure we will, though. I'm not sure we will. So, take these away, which could be video packages or announcements, and a little bit of a lack of star power there. I'm sure Cody will be around, though. It's probably a good chance Cody will be at this show. So, yeah, you know, it's one of those shows that I don't know that there's enough here that's going to like, oh my God, I can't miss SmackDown today. I'm not sure it's got that, oh my God, this is absolutely unmissable vibe to it. Not like we've seen with Raw recently and them being John's final appearances on Raw. I think that will have really helped those shows do some really good numbers. But, you know, there's some stuff there for us to get our teeth into and for us to talk about. So we will be doing exactly that. So, yes, hello. Dak22 Vermont. Shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. Appreciate the support. And it's still doing that weird thing, isn't it, with all the acts? And I don't know why it's doing that. It's not a setting that I've changed or anything, so I'm not really sure what this is. I'm not really sure what this is all about. But, yeah, weird. I don't know why we're doing this. But hello. I saw that had changed the other day, and I thought it probably would have changed back by now, so... I know they did this a little while ago, and there was a big backlash, and then they changed it, and now it looks like they've changed it back again, but I don't know if this is permanent or just temporary or what we're doing. Tribal Tony said they should have left Roman and Brock on SmackDown. Tony said Raw was in Madison Square Garden. They were definitely going to go big. I think I just saw Alexa Bliss Gamer say that the women are on the show today, so that's interesting. That would make sense as well, because if we are going to unveil the missing members, probably does make sense to have the other teams there. So, I mean, look, I think there's a good chance you're getting Becky and you're getting AJ on this show, but it might only be like an appearance. I don't know that it's, going to be anything more than that. But, yeah, it'll be all right. I'm looking forward to it. James, hello. Hope you're doing well. I think it is a YouTube thing, said Bishop. Reese said, I read that Cody was meant to be opening the show tonight. Okay. Ramona said, Daze, how are you? How are you doing? Keep up the good work. Ramona, thank you, my friends. I'm doing well. Obviously, I was up last night watching cricket and had a lot of fun with that. It was a really exciting day, or night, I should say, for me. And then, just set a few streams up, did Unseen, managed to get Unseen done kind of during the breaks. And so that still went up, which I was really pleased about, because I was trying to figure out how to watch the game and also do that. So... the game is going to continue today because it can go 5 days. It's probably not going to. It'll probably be done in like 3 days, but it is going to actually be continuing. But I'm not going to be distracted by it. I'm going to just focus on SmackDown. I don't think it would be fair for me to be sitting here and just kind of glancing at something else. So you've got my full attention. Don't you worry about that. And yeah, so that's what I was kind of up to yesterday. The game does continue tonight, though, and it is a big, big deal. It's probably the biggest thing in cricket when it comes to English fans, what they care about the most. It's what I care about. I'll take this over a World Cup. Absolutely. This means a lot more to me than any cricket World Cup. So it's a big thing, England, Australia. It's called the Ashes, and that's what we fight for. We fight for this little urn that's about that big. It's the weirdest trophy. It's this tiny little trophy, and it's got the ashes in of the first game that we played. Like, we burnt the wicket and put that in there. I'd love to know if it's still in there. Open it up and have a look, see if the ashes are still in there or not. I don't know. But, that's what I was doing yesterday. So, pretty weird. Pretty English. Wouldn't want it any other way. So today I've just been trying to catch up with a little bit of the news and get ready for this stream. I don't know if you saw Unseen, but tomorrow we are going to be doing AAA. I was really torn. I didn't know whether to do UFC because there's some really interesting fights in UFC. I didn't know whether to do boxing because there's a pretty big boxing event that's on. But when I saw that AAA was going to be on YouTube, I was like, that feels like the right one, to be honest. Dirty Dom's going to be in action. Javon Evans, Axiom, Chelsea Green, Ethan Page. And people seem to really, really enjoy those AAA shows. So, haven't got the stream set up yet, but it shouldn't take me too long. That's another job for me to do tonight. Get that set up, and boom, we're off. We're underway. I will be around tomorrow to do another wrestling show where we watch that AAA show. So, yeah, should be good. As I said, I was really torn. I don't actually know what the right thing to do is, but it feels like AAA is the right thing to do. So, we'll be doing that. So, yeah, you've got me again tomorrow as we tune in for that. And then, of course, weekend after that, we've got Survivor Series. So, we need to do a predictions video on Sunday. So prediction video on Sunday, stream tomorrow, back on Monday for Raw, back again on Tuesday for Gold Rush. A couple of people went to that show, tell me that it was really fun. They really enjoyed it. Still don't know any spoilers. I'm not looking for spoilers. So, yeah, I'm just going into Tuesday completely in the dark. Looking forward to kind of whatever is going to be happening there. So Gold Rush continues for NXT. And, yeah, as we said, we get closer to Survivor Series. WrestleBuzz said, Daze, appreciate the work. Cheers, buds. Yeah, and to you, buds. I know you send me over a lot of graphics and bits and bobs, which, like today, actually. I don't know if you've sent a SmackDown one today, but yeah, you have. I'll retweet it. If I get to go through my notifications, which I haven't today, but if I get to go through my notifications, then I always like to retweet that one for you, so appreciate it. Here's the show that I was talking about. So WWE posting this not that long ago, a little thing. Good-looking graphic, actually. So Saturday nights, AAA WWE is back, streaming live at 10:15 Eastern on AAA and WWE's YouTube channel. So Ethan Page and Chelsea Green defending their titles against Mr. Iguana and Lola Vice. Psycho Circus taking on NGD, and Javon Evans takes on Octagon Jr., takes on Axiom in a triple threat for the AAA Cruiserweight Championship or Championship opportunity. That should be a banger. I mean, any match that's got Javon in is going to be a banger. Dominic Mysterio and El Grande in a tag team taking on Vikingo and Dragon Lee. So, good graphic, plenty of WWE names appearing, and titles on the line and all of that stuff. So Natalia is actually part of it as well, but she doesn't get a mention. Don't know why. Don't know why this constant disrespect continues to happen. But she is on the graphic right there, and she doesn't make that bit. But yeah, it's going to be on AAA and WWE's YouTube channel, so should be good. Looking forward to that. Okay, let's go down here. Hope we're all doing well. Did we watch AEW? We got Full Gear tomorrow, said Alex. I don't watch it, no, but I used to. I watched it all the way from its very first episodes until the very last episode of 2023. And then I didn't watch any in 2024 or 2025. I think that around that kind of point, a lot of people were struggling. Because when I walked away from AEW and watching it, they were on about 850,000 viewers. And now they're around, 550, something like that. 500,000 for Dynamite. I know that part of that decline is due to the new ratings and the way the ratings are worked out. And we spoke about that in Unseen as well. CW Network are very frustrated with that, and it was very interesting to hear their comments about the new rating system. So that was in the latest Unseen. But I was like, nah, the whole devil stuff was going on at that point. I thought the MJF Adam Cole friendship was really dumb, and I just got to the point where there was less and less and less that I was enjoying about the show. I understand, though, that they've had a pretty good year this year. I think they have rebuilt quite well. I think they are in a better place now. I think Timeless Tony Storm is fantastic. I think Mercedes feels like a big star. I'm always entertained when I see Harley Cameron. I'm sure Ospreay is killing it with great matches. I haven't actually seen anything in regards to him for a while, but a wrestler that I really admire. Kenny Omega, I don't know if he's still competing, but I've always admired Kenny Omega, so we joke about AEW from time to time, but there is genuinely plenty about them that I respect. Plenty of wrestlers that I would take in a heartbeat to WWE, but I don't know, I just watched so much of it, and there was so much of it that I personally didn't enjoy. It just didn't resonate with me. I just wasn't, I don't know. I want to say it wasn't for me, but I think with wrestling, the truth is you probably have to put up with a lot of stuff that just irks you. It's probably true of any promotion. It's certainly true of WWE. I mean, how much have we complained about creative in 2025? There is a lot about wrestling that can frustrate and annoy because, you know, you want things to go a certain way. You hope that your favorite wrestlers get opportunity in championships. And when they don't, of course, it's annoying. And it's meant to be annoying because they want you to be invested. You can't have it both ways. You can't ask for the fans to care and get invested, right? Where we're going to buy the merch, we're going to buy the tickets, we're going to go to meet and greets. The reason why fans do that is because they're invested, because they're passionate, because they care, because it matters. If it didn't matter, then you might not sell as much merch, you might not sell as many tickets, you might not get as many people going to meet and greets, right? So you can't have it both ways because you can't ask fans to do that and then also be surprised when the fans complain when things aren't going the way they would like them to go or their favorite wrestlers aren't getting opportunity. Like, you can't have it both ways. So for me, I find that, and I'm sure you lot do as well, find that there are things that are frustrating and that there are things that you know, don't like, whatever. And WWE has certainly done that and done that well in 2025, right? And I just, you know, I found that that was happening a lot with AEW, probably even more so with AEW at the time. I mean, 2023 was a good year for WWE. It was a bad year for AEW, and that was me dumb. So I'm sure it's better now. I'm sure I'd probably enjoy it a bit more now. But I can't say there's anything that's kind of, you know, dragging me back. If I was to go back, it'd be because of Harley Cameron, who I think is funny, and Tony Storm, who I've, you know, loved the whole Timeless thing. I mean, genuinely, that moment where I can't remember why she kind of clicked back to her old self. I'm not sure what prompted it, but there was a period where she went back to being her old self, the kind of rock chick, and she was acting like she'd never been in AEW before. And then it builds to a match with, I think, against Mariah May, and she reveals that she had been playing a part the whole time and that she hadn't forgotten. And she was just playing this part of, you know, having amnesia or something and thinking she was her old self. And she reveals at the end that it was all a part. So clever. So, I mean, you want to talk about creative. You want to talk about, like, doing something kind of out the ordinary. I mean, that's it right there, isn't it? Very, very good. Very, very good. Very impressive. I really rate her highly. A little bit of a fan. Hello, said Daze. I just want to say I like the breakdown videos. Okay. I've been missing quite a few shows. Well, thank you, my friend. I think the breakdown videos, I'm still kind of playing with them. Definitely I need to tell people what's happened. But I don't think it's very interesting to go, well, this happens, and then this happens, and then this happens, and then this person beat this person. And I've got to find a way of making it feel like, oh man, you know, what's going to get said in that video. So I want people to sort of be excited to watch them, you know, because I'll tell you I'll tell you what's inspiring me. The cricket. So the cricket, right, happened last night. There's a couple of Australian guys that have got a podcast, and they do a podcast where after the end of each day, they break down what happened. And I find them very entertaining. I think they're funny. They do go off on the cricketers, but they do it in a humorous way where they don't mean no malice. And I kind of look at that and I'm like, damn, I feel like something like that might be missing for wrestling. So I'm constantly trying to play around with it a little bit with my presentation. So I don't know. I mean, we'll be doing it live tonight. Obviously, it depends what goes down. There's no time to write a script. So, you know, sometimes when they do their show, I can see that they're kind of reading some pre-written funny lines that they've prepared. But it doesn't matter because they are funny lines. So, you know, it's their intro. I haven't got time to do that. So I'm just going to have to bounce a few things off the top of my head. So I don't know. We'll have to see. I I would love for those videos to kind of, really resonate with people. People enjoy them. They're just short little 20-minute things that just tell you not only what went down, but hey, did you notice that this was in the background? Did you notice this comment was said? This is what social media are talking about. I mean, I'm fortunate because as I'm sat here during the shows, I have X open in front of me. And so I've got reaction coming in from a lot of the big accounts on X. And I also scan my notifications occasionally just to see what you guys have tagged me in. But I will also be the first to admit I don't always get a chance to do that. I would say if you want to tag me in bits, tagging me in bits for unseen rather than the breakdown video makes sense. I would say the only stuff to put for a breakdown video would be really obscure stuff. Stuff that's real. Did you see this sign? Or did you notice this moment here or something like that, the general, this has happened, that's happened, that I've got that boxed. That's all boxed. So, but I can see reaction stuff. I can put them into the folders. It's pretty good, honestly. By the time we actually get to that breakdown video, I've got a pretty full folder of everything that's happened, loads of reaction, and then we can just present it and, kind of talk about all the different things. And talk about your scores as well, because I've got all your match scores from the watch along. So, yeah, I'm trying to find a way of making that better, entertaining. I'd love for those videos to really be videos that people are like, oh, I'm looking forward to watching that breakdown video, because that's how I feel when I watch the cricket guys, and I'm like, damn, I'd love to be able to do that for wrestling. So I don't know if I'll ever succeed in it, but if you're enjoying it, that warms my heart. So I'm pleased that you enjoy it, and I will continue to try and make it fun. I'll try and make it fun and try and make it so that it's one that people enjoy checking out either live or afterwards. I mean, the good thing is it works as either. You can watch it live. We'll be live 10 minutes after SmackDown finishes, and I'll do the video live. Or you can just watch it later. It's 20 minutes. Watch it on a lunch break. Watch it on the way to work. All of those kind of things. So definitely committing to that. I think I'm committing to it for Raw, SmackDown, NXT, and of course any PLEs. I might even do one for after AEW, not AAA. Got AEW on the brain now. AAA, the AAA show. I might even do one after that. I'm not sure. Really depends how many people are interested in that show, and I don't quite know yet. So, if there's next to no one around tomorrow and I've made a terrible mistake, then maybe we won't do one, but we'll see. Glockness said, isn't it crazy that John Cena is retiring without ever beating Roman one-on-one? He is 0-11 in singles matches against Roman. That is crazy. I wouldn't say crazy that he's never beaten him. I would just say crazy that he's tried and failed so many times. I mean, if they'd faced, say, a couple of times and he'd lost both, that wouldn't be too crazy. But if it's 0-11, like you say, then yes, that is quite surprising. Right. Evening Daze, just want to say, oh yeah, we read that. Joel said, hello, is there new things with the Wyatts? I think I saw something earlier. Is there new things with the Wyatts? Well, I've only seen the Wyatts saying that they're watching. So the Wyatt Six are... Joe Gacy put a message out yesterday saying that, they're waiting and all that stuff. They are literally waiting for the MFTs. I've not seen anything come out from the Wyatt's accounts. Nothing news come out from the official Wyatt's account since October. And then you do get Nikki Cross posting the odd thing. You do get Joe Gacy posting the odd thing. There is a lot of fan accounts. So I don't know if it's a fan account that you've seen. This is the last thing I saw from the official Joe, and it's always worth hovering over the name just to see how many followers there are, right? And that one's got 45,000, which isn't many, to be honest with you. It's not many at all. So I might look at that and be like, oh, is that the real account? I mean, it's still better than, say, a couple of hundred. or 1,000. I mean, 45,000 is a pretty significant account, isn't it? I think we can all agree if you've got 45,000 followers, you're a pretty significant account. I do expect wrestlers to have a bit more than that, though, but, you know, it's Joe Gacy. And that has been retweeted by the actual Nikki Cross, who's got 526,000 followers. So she's certainly got a lot. She has retweeted that from Joe Gacy. So you can have confidence that that is the real Joe Gacy, right? But if you have a look at some of these kind of fan accounts, they've got a couple of hundred followers, maybe 1,000, something like that. They put out a lot of stuff all the time. They kind of get into character as well, and people make the mistake of thinking that's the White Six. That might have happened. It happens all the time. But that's the last that I saw. That dropped yesterday. Oh, actually, a couple of days ago now. It says, "You just wait." And that is a message to the MFTs. We know that they're next. They're just engaging in this weird feud with Sammy, Motor City Machine Guns, Shinsuke, Ray Phoenix. They're all going to bound together to go after the MFTs. MFTs kind of interrupted their matches. And I think it's not this week, it's next week, isn't it? There's going to be a traditional Survivor Series match. MFTs against that team. And, yeah, once that's out the way, I think the Wyatt Six will make their presence felt. Benny said, I saw a picture of you, Tommy, and Tony together on the podcast. Are you teasing a return to AEW streaming? I think the Sheamus injury is a story. I'm not teasing a return to streaming. I didn't know anything about that picture. So it's nothing to do with me. It is true that we did meet up with Tony Khan, but he's just a really big fan of the Wrestling Escape Pods. So, you know, that was kind of, in many ways, a make-a-wish that we did for him. So, yeah, that wasn't for our benefit. So just a lovely moment for Tony Khan. So, no returns, no plans to return to AEW streaming. Tony said Zack Ryder and Dominic join Judgment Day. Zack Ryder apparently just a one-off thing, wasn't it? Don't think that's a permanent thing. So not expecting anything more from him. Wrestlandy, hello. Did you see what Logan said about Undertaker's YouTube? I did. He's a douche, isn't he? He's a douche. And, I mean, it was a fun line about these outsiders coming in. I hate seeing these outsiders coming in, but, I mean, the truth remains, I still hate him being in WWE, so. Uncle Revel. Yo, Uncle Revel. I'm glad I got you. Uncle Revel is, many congrats, the latest addition to our Hall of Fame, right? Couldn't add the picture, because guess what's happened, kids? Went to do it yesterday to add Uncle Revel. All of my pictures, everything has been deleted. It's all bit. Do you remember when my computer did like a cleanup thing to make it a bit snappier? And I told you I lost. This is why my library has gone. I don't have a background anymore, right? It's why that's disappeared. I had to re-download. I had a nightmare trying to find this balcony and I had to re-download some of all this stuff again. Turns out all of my pictures for this video, gone. I'm going to have to completely remake it from scratch again. This whole video, I'm going to have to remake from scratch. Before, I had the template set up. And all I had to do was just, like, you know, change the odd slide. All of my slides have been deleted. So, Uncle Revel, please bear with me. Because I'm going to have to find all these images again, which I think are just on my phone, but I'm still going to have to locate them all, download them, put them into the editor. All of a sudden, what should have been a 10-minute job has now, you know, at least an hour, maybe two. I don't know. Depends how hard it is to find all these flipping graphics because they're all buried away somewhere in my phone. And I've got like flipping 100 gigs worth of images on my phone. Because I never delete anything. So apart from any videos that you guys send, I delete those when they get sent because I need the space to be honest. But when it comes to images, my phone's just flipping full. So, yes, drama. So, Uncle Revel, please bear with me. Thank you. Detective Shoot said, would you agree? Okay, if MJF goes to WWE, he should win his first world title in the same year that he debuts, just like AJ Styles. Not necessarily. I don't see the rush. I don't see the fire. I don't know why we would have to move so quickly. I think that, first of all, he would be a heel. So I presume he would be a heel. So I always feel like you can get them to belts a lot quicker than you can faces. You know, if you get a heel to a belt quickly and the fans don't like it, good. They're not meant to like it. So if it's upset you and it's angered you and you don't like them, good. But baby faces go into belts very quickly doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. Because wrestling, as we've said before, is largely about the climb. It's largely about, you know, people trying to achieve their dreams. Look at what we did with Sammy, or what we're doing with Sammy. Look at what we're doing in regards to Cody, trying to finish his story. So I would say in regards to MJF, is if he's a heel, that definitely opens the door for him getting to a title quicker than if he was a babyface. But there's still so much for him to do. There's mid-cards belts that he can have first. You know, there's obviously feuds. I'm sure when he comes in, he's going to get into something with Cody. I mean, that would be a bit of a no-brainer with their history. Both coming in from AEW. Cody at the moment being a babyface, MJF being a heel. If MJF was to come over, I think they would use him pretty big on the main roster. I think he'd probably bypass NXT, but I don't mind him going to NXT first. I really don't. I think that NXT needs the views. I think that also there's a lot of people that don't watch AEW. There's a lot of WWE fans, a lot of kids that just tune in for Roman and Jay, and they tune in for Logan and Bad Bunny. And do you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of people out there that aren't wrestling fans. They're WWE fans. They're not going off and watching New Japan. They're not watching AEW. They are watching the stars, the star power, right? Roman Reigns, Jey Uso. They love yeeting, right? They're not interested in watching what Will Ospreay can do, a Vertebreaker and all that stuff, right? Not interested. They want Roman. They want Jey. They want Rhea. Those are the people they want, right? That is the fan base, or part of the fan base, that makes up WWE. So an MJF will mean nothing to them. So I don't mind you bringing in an MJF and having him go into NXT. Him being in NXT for a little bit. He doesn't need to be there long. He certainly doesn't need to be there to learn how to wrestle or learn how to do promos, but it certainly wouldn't hurt him being around Shawn Michaels for a while. I mean, I'm sure 6 months in NXT, let's say he arrived now, right? I would put him in NXT and I would call him up to the main roster after WrestleMania. And I would bring him up. I might have him even attack Cody at WrestleMania. I might even have him at WrestleMania to make a moment. But I would not use him in a match for Mania. I would have him in NXT. I'd have him at Stand and Deliver. I'd get wrestling fans that don't know him used to him. I'd give him some time with Shawn Michaels. We'd have a look, see if there's anything that needs a bit of work. Have a look at some of his matches. Give NXT 6 months of some good ratings. Wrestling fans will be like, why have they done that? Why haven't they put him on the main roster? Well, the reason why is because I can do that anytime I want, and it's going to be a big moment. When MJF gets called up, I've still got that in my back pocket. Why do I want to do it straight away? Why do I want to just go, bang, here he is, when I can have him in NXT and him coming to the main roster, him making his presence felt on the main roster? I can save that for further down the road. Wrestling is about a lot of things, but one of the things that wrestling is about is OMG moments. And it's about, well, yeah, every show we look for a moment. And if I can have a moment in my back pocket, that's great. And if I can use that mentality of saving moments for the future, that would say to me that a lot of shows in the future are going to have a lot of OMG moments. So that's another reason as to why I think it works better than just go bang straight onto the main roster. I do feel like, I think I'm a bit more patient than maybe the average wrestling fan. I sort of feel like, you know, slow things down a little bit, take your time. I think this is Triple H's mentality. The only thing I'd say about Triple H's mentality is I think he goes too slow. I would go at a slower pace than a lot of wrestling fans, but I would not go as slow as Triple H. I would definitely move quicker than him. So I would be an improvement on Triple H's pace, but I would still move pretty slow. I'd have no issue with putting MJF in NXT. I don't see NXT as just being developmental. I do see aspects of it as a third brand. It has to get its own TV ratings, for example. Anything that's going to be on TV, battling for ratings, you know, a brand that they're going to try and sell in the future. This TV deal got 20-odd million for NXT. You know, next time those ratings, the deal comes up, they're going to want to sell it again for more money. The only way you're going to do that is if you've got good ratings. So that is a brand that is battling for ratings. You need a degree of name recognition to get people to tune in. Sometimes we just use people from the main roster, but bringing people in, like a Stephanie, for example, is going to be helpful. Don't forget when Drew McIntyre came back, he went to NXT. People would think that's crazy now. Bring in Drew McIntyre back and putting him in NXT. Yes, that's exactly what we did. We put him in NXT. Finn Balor, Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens all went to NXT first. This idea that NXT is a punishment or below people is a really bad mindset. I see NXT as a reception desk. Welcome to WWE. Let's get your music sorted. Let's get the fans used to you that don't know you. Let's get you kind of, you know, working with Sean for a little bit just to see if we can help with anything. Any questions? This is how WWE works. It's not always about, oh, okay, you don't know how to wrestle, let's teach you. It's not always about, oh, you don't know how to promo, let's teach you. You know, there's so much more that goes into it than that, getting the presentation right and everything. So I would have no problems doing that for a little bit and then bringing him up. Then that means you've saved the main roster debut for a little further down the road. You could have him come in at the Rumble. You could have him come in at Mania. You could have him come in and interrupt a match. You could bring him as a surprise. You're going to watch that Raw after Mania and you're going to hope that there's going to be surprises. Well, you've got to have surprises ready if that's what you want. If you want moments for Raw after Mania, you're going to have some planned, aren't you? If you want shocking moments at WrestleMania, oh my God, what's going to happen? Well, you're going to need to have some in your back pocket, aren't you? I do feel like wrestling fans just want everything now, and then they want surprises as well, and they would just want everything. Do you know what I mean? I want Jericho in, I want Edge in, and then when I get to the Rumble, I want surprises. And then I want surprises at WrestleMania. And I want surprises for the Raw after Mania. And I want this person, that. But do you know what I mean? Just, I want it all. And I want it all now. I think there is some truth to slowing it down, drip feeding in surprises, having some stuff in your back pocket. Like, to me, that's a logical like way of booking. That's a very thoughtful way of booking, of planning, and you know, all that stuff. So his first year for me, 5-6 months in NXT, come up, go after Cody Rhodes, and that might be it for the first year. First year on the main roster, Cody Rhodes feud maybe to start, big impression, big splash. And after that, I might look at a mid-card title, but it really depends as to how over he's got without knowing the reaction and without knowing how good of a job we've done to build him up. I mean, ideally, I would want him in NXT and I'd want people be like, oh, man. I would want people desperate for him to be on the main roster. That's what I'd want. I'd want people saying, I don't know why they've done this. he needs to be on the main roster. We need to get him up there because him and Cody is going to feed families. Like, that's what I would be hoping that I would be seeing online, because I would want you desperate for him to be on the main roster so that when he gets called up, it's a big moment. And we're off to the races then. And I wouldn't faff around with trying to build it. I'd just put him straight in there with a big feud. So that's kind of roughly how my first year would look. So yeah, I'd slow it down a touch. Slow it down. There's no rush. Alex said Sheamus gets apparently injured, and the internet immediately thinks Edge is coming in. I can't wait for people to be disappointed when it's going to be Joe Hendry or something. Yeah, I'm not expecting Edge because Tony Khan said on Ariel Helwani the other day that they hope to have Edge with them in AEW for the foreseeable future. So he's off doing some filming and he'll be back soon. And there's nothing from Tony Khan that suggests that Edge is even available anytime soon. So not expecting, like, I've not seen that. It's natural, of course, that that's what people would think. But not expecting Edge. Not unless, I mean, I don't even know when his contract's up. I don't know if he's out of contract or whatever, but Tony Khan is certainly under the impression Edge is coming back to AEW. So, I mean, it'd have to be like a real swerve, you know? One that I think would even catch Tony Khan out if it was to be Edge. So don't see that personally. Jericho, I think his contract's up at the end of the year. So wouldn't be expecting him either. So if this is a bit of a storyline, and I don't know that it is, but if it is a bit of a storyline, then yeah, Jeff Hardy. Well, I tell you what, I mean, I don't know who Sheamus beats, but is it not a bit moody to drop in someone that's not been in the tournament? I mean, shouldn't it really be someone that was in the first round? I mean, Sheamus has progressed, has he not? Got through. I believe he has. I think I'm right in saying that, aren't I? That he's got through the first round. If it's the first round, then you can change him for someone different. But if he's already got through, should it not technically be the person that he beat? Because if you just put in someone brand new, then we don't know that they would have won in the first round against whoever. I can't remember who Sheamus beat, to be honest. But we don't know that they would have won that first round match. So it might not even be a surprise. It might just be that he's, injured and we're going to have to use the person he beat in round one. Apparently that is going to get addressed tonight. Aaron said, I think why people are put in NXT is because Triple H wanted them there. Now Triple H is on the main roster. That's why people can go to the main roster quicker. Yeah, I think there's some truth to that. I think that Triple H probably played a bit of a part with the recruitment process more so than Vince. Vince never seemed to know who a lot of these people were. So, a lot of people would come in and Vince just didn't know who they were. So I don't have the impression that Vince was ever desperate looking at like New Japan or all these other promotions, like trying to get people in. I think actually recruitment and all of that was kind of done at the NXT level. I suppose it makes sense, really, if you're Vince and you've got a roster and you feel like you need something, rather than looking all outside of your company at all these indies and all these other promotions, trying to figure out who's available, just look at NXT. Just look at NXT. Or pick up the phone to Triple H and go, listen, I need a babyface female for SmackDown. Give me your best one. Bang. And next day, do you know what I mean? Knocking on the door. Hello, Mr. McMahon. I've been sent from NXT. I mean, it just makes so much sense, doesn't it? So for me, I agree. I think that recruitment, the scouting, the seeing what's out there and getting excited about it, bringing it into NXT. I think that that was kind of Triple H. William Regal, I think, played a part in scouting. And I think it was kind of kept at that level. Vince had no interest in any of that. Maybe it has changed now that Triple H is on the main roster. I think Triple H is a bit more in tune with what's going on and what's out there. I think he's a bit more aware of what the landscape looks like. And I think he probably has got some people that he thinks he can use immediately. like you said, Penta coming in, going straight on the main roster. The Motor City Machine Guns coming in, going straight onto the main roster. Ray Phoenix coming in, going straight onto the main roster. I've no doubt if MJF was to come in, they'd probably use him straight on the main roster as well. But I think I've got a real affection for the way that it used to work, because the way that it used to work was so fun. And that was, these big names would go to NXT, and then you would get excited, and we would talk about, oh my God, could you imagine when they go to the main roster, we're going to see this match, we're going to see that match. And it built up the excitement. And then, of course, the Raw after WrestleMania, that was a lot of NXT call-ups. That was the big moment where you'd get, I don't know, Paige going up to the main roster, or you'd get Enzo and Big Cass going up to the main roster. And, you know, there was these moments on the Raw after WrestleMania where this NXT talent would go up. And, of course, we would see that in the draft. Whenever we would do the draft, there'd be the odd call-up during that. You'd get the odd moment during the year where people would just appear as well. Famously, The Shield, of course, didn't go up on the Raw after Mania, didn't go up as part of a draft. They just arrived at Survivor Series and just started, you know, murking people. So there was all these, like, occasions where NXT talent would make their presence felt throughout the year. But it was exciting because you had watched them in NXT and you was excited for when they would hit that main roster. And you had conversations about dream matches that we could see in the future. And I just really like that. I like that more than just bang, they're on the main roster. And that's it, we're up and running. And, you know, I kind of like the way it used to work more so. And as we said, you know, a Drew McIntyre, a Finn Balor, a Sami Zayn, a Kevin Owens, an Asuka, EO. You know, these are some of the biggest names in WWE right now, all went to NXT first, and then, you know, went to the main roster. Look at what we're doing right now. LA Knight did the exact same thing. He went to NXT first. Ethan Page right now going to NXT first. I just really like that system. I think that system works. I don't see it as a disrespect. I don't see it as an unnecessary waste of time. I mean, I watch NXT anyway. And NXT has been a fantastic promotion. It's been a lot of fun. And I think that, you know, we can see that there's maybe a bit of an issue in regards to the men's division. There's a lot of concern that when Trick Williams and Obafemi and Javon get called up, and it feels like all three are pretty close, and maybe Ethan is quite close as well, there's a bit of a, what's the next wave going to look like? There's a bit of a concern as to who's next. Because they've got talent, but I don't know, once you take that top level away, like, it's a weird one. It doesn't feel like that talent is, it doesn't feel like there's talent that's really ready to kind of take those spots, you know. So, you know, if you had an MJF available, that would help out massively, because I think NXT needs the help as well. I think NXT is, it's got potential. You've got a Josh Briggs, you know. You've got a Charlie Dempsey, who is William Regal's son, but his promos, I mean, his in-ring is a style of wrestling that I don't think gets the heart racing. And his promos are, again, they don't get, nothing about Charlie Dempsey gets the heart racing. That's the problem. So, you know, he's the son of William Regal. You'd think you could make something work out of that, but nothing about him. It's very old school. There's a lot, actually, in NXT that quite old school. Look at Brooks Jensen. He's quite old school. You got Brian Pillman's kid as well. He's not so much old school, but there is a bit down there that, I don't know, you're struggling to see that next wave of, like, top male talent for NXT. It does feel like they need a bit of outside reinforcement. So, again, I'm not talking specifically MJF at this point. I'm just saying anyone, really. Anyone that's got, you know, some really good ability, that's got a bit of buzz about them. I do think once we call up that top level of NXT, the Oba, the Javons, the Tricks, the Ethans, maybe the Ricky Saints, lose that. Ooh. Who's your next NXT champ with what's left over? I like the guys. I really do. I think you do have some talent there, but it does feel very underdeveloped at the very, very top level. I do think NXT is going to need some support. You might need to even move some people down from the main roster, but that's a whole conversation in it. That's a whole separate conversation. Right. Orange Cassidy has got the best entrance music in wrestling today, says Tiny B Ham TV. Sean said, do we think AJ versus Jake Paul will happen? Yes. Will you cover it? Yes. I'll cover it because, well, everyone's going to tune in, aren't they? I mean, let's be honest about it. It's a farce. And I am a little bit worried about what's going to happen to Jake. And I mean that seriously. I'm not even, I'm serious. Because if he gets cracked and dropped and is out cold, I think that's what people want to see. But I think people also want to see the guy then get up and obviously be fine. I think that what people actually want to see is they want to see the Pauls humbled. That's what they want to see. These guys that have had so much success in their lives for things that I don't think humanity looks at as positive contributions, shall we say. You know, a lot of the content they've made in the past, it's like diss tracks. It's obnoxious. You know, it's not stuff that's positive and helpful, informative, or do you know what I mean? It's just nonsense that I think obnoxious is the right words. I mean, I never really watched their content, but I've seen enough clips to see the kind of stuff they were getting up to. That is just, it's the kind of stuff that gave being a YouTuber a bad name. It's the kind of stuff that has now made the term YouTuber a dirty word. And, they, in my mind, played a part in contributing towards that. And they've been very successful, right? I mean, they've certainly entertained a lot of kids and, played a part in that regard. But I think there's a lot of arrogance that's in there. There's a lot of success that they've had as a result. And I think, you got boxing fans that feel like Jake has kind of ruined that sport, or he's kind of, making a mockery of it with what he's been doing. There's a lot of people that are frustrated that his nonsense fights have been getting more views than like the world title fights. And it's like, what are we doing? They've managed to crack the code, I suppose, but the result is they've irked a lot of people as well. And so a lot of people want to see them get their comeuppance, want to see them be humbled. And I think a lot of people would like to see Jake get knocked out, let's be honest. I think a lot of people would like to see him get knocked out, and I think that's the big draw for that fight. Well, I think there's a real good chance that happens, of course, stepping in there with Anthony Joshua. Francis Ngannou got in there and got knocked out by Anthony Joshua. And I think that Jake does not carry any kind of threat that Francis Ngannou carried. I think that his boxing fundamentals are going to be better, actually, than Francis Ngannou. I think Jake's boxing fundamentals will be better. I don't think he'll hit harder than what Francis Ngannou could, though. I think Francis Ngannou's definitely outpowering Jake Paul. But I do think that Jake's probably got a bit more about him to head movements, being at footwork. I think all of that is going to be better, actually, from Jake. Francis Ngannou was an MMA fighter who just had to focus on takedown defense, had to focus on grappling, wrestling, looking for submissions. Only a percentage of his time was dedicated to striking and boxing, just a percentage. Whereas all of Jake's time is dedicated to boxing and striking and footwork and conditioning. So Jake 100% spends his time on boxing. Francis Ngannou, 15%, 20% at best. So I do think that Jake has put the work in. I do think he's got a very good camp around him. He's got the money to be able to train with the best in the world. And so I do think that he's got great coaches. He's, doing all the right things. The only problem is that he got into it very, very late. And I think he also gets distracted by money fights. Rather than fighting people to improve your skills, he is taking fights that are against people that don't have his level of striking. They're big names, but he can beat them. And he can beat them because of the work he's putting into his striking compared to them. And as a result, he gets the win. But he doesn't massively improve. It doesn't massively test him. It's not like he's in a war. It's not like he's up against the fire. If you actually watch a lot of the fights he's had, it's largely one-way traffic because he's taken on broken down MMA fighters that have only ever spent about 15%, 20% of their time on striking compared to his 100%. Plus they're older and he's a lot younger. And so, you know, they've got to go out and, you know, do their coaching. He's got some of the best coaches in the world. You know, this is a guy with money who is spending that money to get the very best training possible. It reminds me a lot, actually. I don't know if you've ever seen the film Foxcatcher, but there was a guy who loved real wrestling, amateur wrestling, and he decided he was going to build a facility for the American wrestling team. And he wanted them to stay there, and he wanted to train with them, right? I think his name was DuPont or something like this. It is an amazing film. It is an amazing documentary. If you ever get a chance to watch it, I urge that you do. Because this is a rich guy who had no background in wrestling, but loved it and wanted to provide state-of-the-art facilities, okay? All sounds great. The downside is that he was a weird individual who didn't really have friends, and he wanted to be one of the guys. And so he was quite, come round to my house, you know, we can watch wrestling and all that stuff with the wrestlers. And they were like, okay. And he was, do you know what I mean? It was a bit weird. Rather than just providing the facilities and letting them get on with it, he wanted to be one of the guys. He ends up shooting and killing one of them. And, you know, it's the whole story of that. And it is honest. It's a true story. It actually happened. It's flipping mind blowing. And it just shows that if you've got money, the kind of things that you can do. I mean, he basically had, I think Kurt Angle was aware of it. I don't know if Kurt Angle actually went to train there. He may have done. Kurt may have spent some time there. But Kurt certainly knows some of the people that did. And I've heard Kurt talk about it. But to be honest, whenever Kurt Angle has spoke about it, it's always been after I've seen the film already or I've seen the documentary. It's called Foxcatcher, and I really do recommend it. And it reminds me a bit of that. Not that Jake's going to murder anyone, but, you know, he's got money and he has decided just completely out of nowhere, I'm going to be a boxer. But he's done it in his early 20s. You know, he's kind of, a lot of boxers get into it when they're 15. 16, they go through the amateurs, you know, they don't just decide in their 20s out of nowhere, I'm going to be a boxer, and then they spend all this money to put this amazing team around them. So it is weird in that regard, seeing what is possible. So what you've got in this fight, what that I find interesting, is you got Anthony Joshua, 2-time world heavyweight champ, amateur, Olympian, gold medalist, you know, training with Usyk. One of the best in the world. Don't know where he is right now, but I would still say top 10 heavyweight in the world. And then on the other side, you got Jake Paul. Obnoxious, wound people up, very rich, using that money to get some of the best training. And really, it's an experiment into what is possible if you dedicate yourself to something, have the best training in the world, like, and you spend loads of money. How far can you get? What can you achieve if you get into something a little bit later? Not terribly late. It's not like he's 50. You know, he's still, you know, as a man in his prime. But, it is very, very interesting. I don't think Jake is any problem for Anthony. But I think the thing is, I understand why people want to see the knockout. But if he gets knocked out and doesn't get up or goes to hospital and there's issues, that is going to be a real bad look on the sport. And I don't know how people are going to feel about that. because there's a lot of people want to see him get knocked out, but I don't think those people want to see him like seriously getting hurt with long-lasting repercussions. I mean, that's certainly not what I'm looking for. And I got to be honest with you, if something like that was to happen, I would really question my decision of watching that fight in the first place, and I think a lot of us would. So, obviously, first and foremost, want to see Anthony Joshua win. Secondly, yes, I would like to see a stoppage. I actually don't need to see the knockdown. I'm all right with Joshua kind of being all over Jake, hurting Jake, Jake not responding, and the referee just calling it. I think if a lot of people want to see the knockdown and the knockout and Jake just absolutely out cold, my concern would be if that happens, what's the long-lasting effects? I think for me, the dream scenario, Joshua goes in, he's all over Jake, gets into his, feels Jake's power, not a problem, goes after him, bam, bam, works the body, Jake in a lot of pain, up against the ropes, referee comes in, just calls it. This, you know what I mean? I think for me, that's best case scenario. Anything more than that with a proper knockout, out cold, I would be like, I hope he's okay. As much as I don't like him, I hope he's okay. Because I don't want to see anything, long-lasting or, I'm not looking for that. I don't want to have to regret the decision to watch the fight. So, genuine concern, genuinely worried that this could have repercussions. Because, I mean, Anthony Joshua shouldn't hold back. And to be honest with you, can't hold back because there is a risk element for Anthony Joshua. And that risk is that if this goes the distance, it's 8 rounds. If this goes the distance, he is going to get so much grief. You couldn't even put Jake Paul away. And Jake Paul is going to have so much to gloat about. I went 8 rounds in a proper fight with Anthony Joshua. Okay, I lost the decision, but he couldn't put me away. I am a problem. And that would give Jake a lot to gloat about. Anthony needs to win first and foremost, but he needs to get a stoppage of some description. Otherwise, you ain't going to flip it. Even if it comes in round 6 or 7, people are going to go, it took you a while. A lot of people are thinking first rounds, bang, out goes Jake Paul. That's what people are thinking. It's a lot of pressure to put on Joshua, though, that you've got to knock this guy out first round. I would say don't worry about that. If you want to feel your way into the fight, it's absolutely fine. Because there is some at risk here. If he got clipped and dropped, like if something mental happens and Joshua lost, the impact on his legacy is undeniable. So I know this is a wrestling stream, but that's kind of my thoughts on the Anthony Joshua fight. We will be watching it. I think he does need a finish, but there is genuine concern that Jake could get seriously hurt. Brony said, Jake's smart. He doesn't need to have anything to lose. If AJ beats him, everyone's predicted it. If Jake beats him, AJ is a complete joke. His reputation in the dirt. Yeah. I mean, it does feel a bit like a can't lose situation for Jake. The only thing I think Jake needs to avoid is just anything embarrassing, like meme worthy. I think if Jake has Anthony over him and the referee stops it because he's not firing back, that is probably second best case scenario, or third best case scenario for Jake. Jake would be loving knocking out Anthony, but I don't see that happening. He would love to go the distance. There's maybe an outside chance if Joshua takes it easy on him. So the next best thing for him is to have Anthony on him, to be covering up, but not firing back, and just have the ref come in and call it. Obviously, worst case for Jake is getting knocked out cold, and that's what Jake needs to avoid. He just needs to avoid that. Don't get knocked out. Step in there with Anthony Joshua, don't get knocked out. If he's all over you, body shots or something, and you're covering up, right? If I'm Jake, I'm working on my defense. I'm going to go in there and I'm going to see if I can absorb as much punishment as possible. I'm going to work on my defense. I'm going to keep covered up. And honestly, if the ref calls it and I lose by TKO and I'm still standing at the end and I've just had a massive payday, he hasn't knocked me out, the fight has happened, everyone's tuned in, so Netflix are going to be thrilled. The people that tuned in are going to be disappointed because there wasn't much of a fight. Might even end in the first round. And we might all be sitting here going, well, that was a complete farce. No knockout. And the referee stops it because Jake wasn't firing anything back. What a waste of time. But Netflix will be thrilled because you all tuned in. That is my prediction as to how that fight goes. My prediction is Joshua stoppage, but I don't know that you get the knockout. I don't think it's a fix or anything. I'm not saying that that's a script. I'm just saying that that protects Jake's reputation. Oh, yeah, I stepped in there and lost to Anthony Joshua. Boo-hoo. I got paid $100 million, right? Protects Jake. Protects Anthony. He got the finish. Netflix get what they want, but we don't get that KO moment. That's my prediction for that fight. Brony said if Jake doesn't get KO'd, then he's won the fight. Even without winning, I do agree AJ needs that knockout, says Brony. It's rigged. It's common sense. They're both getting paid a lot, says Ace. No one's getting knocked out, said Ace. The long-lasting effects is that we have to see that moron again, said Tony. That would be, you're right, that would be the long-lasting effect, you're right. Too many to name. Right, I'm trying to drag this back. If possible to pro wrestling. Brock's the heel now, said Truds. Yeah, Brock's a heel. It's been a heel for a long time, though, Brock. Joseph said, round 1 stoppage for Jake would kill future money for Netflix. I don't think that's true. I don't think it would stop it because we watched an absolute farce with Jake and Mike Tyson. An absolute farce, which was, I mean, I think Mike Tyson probably had about, I don't know, half a round, something along those lines. And it was honestly just a farce. I mean, it is the worst fight I have ever seen. Yeah, of course, people are going to be tuning into this one. So, yeah, as long as you can convince people that whatever fight you're presenting has got a threat for Jake Paul, and there is a real risk of him getting knocked out, if that happens, where it's Jake against Anthony Joshua, and it goes the way we think it's going to go, then, yeah, everyone will walk away and go, I'm not watching another fight. But then if he announces he's going to fight Canelo, and it's a bit spicy in the build, I'll bet you anything people tune back in. I'll bet you anything. How many times have you seen people after a WWE event saying they're going to stop watching wrestling? I'm not watching. And then, of course, they're back the next night to see what happens next. Like, people get angry in the moment, and then after a night's sleep, couple of nights sleep, and after talking about it and seeing the reaction to it and all that kind of stuff, they'll be back. They'll definitely be back. So, they'll watch that Joshua one, and then, Jake will announce that he's fighting Canelo. That's a fight he's been trying to get made. He'll announce that he's fighting some other big name. And as a result, people will be right back. The only problem that Jake's got is he's fighting Joshua. So I think Canelo's another good option. I think Conor McGregor is another good option, where I think that's one that could be on the table now. But after that, I'm not sure. I don't know who we could end up fighting. This is way better than the Tank Davis fight, isn't it? Way better. Brony said, Daze, we all know Roman is nearing the end of his WWE career, but are we only going to use him for 2 minutes at the end of shows every time he returns? I don't recall how many times that happens. Yeah, it is frustrating. It is frustrating that we only bring him back on shows and he just appears at the very end. I would like for there to be backstage interactions and, all that kind of stuff. In fact, one of the most interesting parts of the year was when Roman was talking to Jay and then had a word with him backstage and then had a word with Jimmy. Do you remember all of that? Where did that go? What was that all about? He said to Jay about, not letting anyone get in your way and everything, take over. And then, we ended up having the Usos get involved in a Roman match. Roman had a go at the Usos and said, I don't want to see you till Christmas. And, well, I don't know, all of that just seemingly now is forgotten. I feel like we do need some serious segments to kind of understand where we are right now with Roman and Jay and Jimmy and what's happening. Because, I mean, they were upset with him. He was upset with them. I understand their family and they can get back on the same page very quickly. I get that. But I just sort of feel like I was watching one story that is now just completely finished. And I don't know where I am right now. It felt like we were teasing even a potential Jay turn or a Jimmy turn. Someone was turning. Do you remember when we were kind of getting invested in like, oh, there's a problem between Jimmy and Jay? CM Punk was calling Jay Little Roman. Maybe it's still going to play out, but all of that has just gone so quiet. I don't know where we are with all that stuff now. Roman sucks. Do right by Brock, said Trudeau must go. Trudeau did go, didn't he? Is that the Canadian Prime Minister? Wrestling Void said, I told myself 2 months ago that I wasn't going to watch wrestling. And then the next month I tuned in and I went times where wrestling has frustrated and angered us. And we're like, oh, I'm done, I'm out. We all go through that. I mean, it's true, isn't it? I mean, pro wrestling, it can be the best thing in the world. And then it can also be the worst thing in the world. And it can really frustrate you and anger you. You know, if they make some decisions that are just nonsensical. I mean, I think recently it was quite loud the way that Julia was being booked. And certainly I was seeing a lot of people complaining about her booking and the way that she was being used. Obviously, we've seen this year a lot about Carrion. We've seen a lot this year about LA Knight. We've seen a lot of people moaning about Cody being the top guy. And we've had many conversations around that. We've seen a bit of a backlash to the John Cena heel turn. I think people were, by and large, after a while on board with the fact that hadn't worked. And so they pivoted and changed the night before SummerSlam. So, you know, these are the things. I think the Wyatt 6 has been very underwhelming. The Vision booking just doesn't seem to have grabbed people's attention. There's been quite a lot in 2025 that has not worked out. But, you know, for different reasons, people have kind of had little freak out moments throughout the year. There's been many people this year saying they're done. And actually, some people probably have been done. We've seen ratings go down. I mean, it is true. There are some people that do say it and actually go through with it. But I think at some point, all of us at some point have said it. And, you know, actually then ended up coming back. Detective Shoes said, would we rather have Roman's retirement match be against Seth or Cody? Well, it depends, does it? I mean, I don't know when that's going to happen, so I don't know what the landscape's going to look like. So when Roman retires, you know, what year is it? Who's around? What are we doing with people? I find those matches very difficult to talk about without context. Because, I don't know, maybe the correct answer is The Rock. What if we have not done Roman Rock by that point? The Rock would then be the correct answer. If Roman is a face at that point, you know, it would probably be better if it was against a heel. So, I mean, is Cody a heel at that point? Is Seth a heel at that point? Again, that would be a factor that might change my thought process. Completely cold, without any information, just shot in the dark. You got to pick one, gun to the head. I'd go Seth. I think they came in together in the Shields. I think they are have kind of circled around each other. Seth more than Roman. Roman's kind of been the sun, doing, you know, sun things. And Seth's been the earth, kind of orbiting around. I think they are kind of very much connected. I think they are... I don't know if they're each other's greatest rivals. I would say that Roman is Seth's. But Roman's obviously had an epic feud with Cody. And an epic feud with Brock Lesnar, which can't be ignored. And Seth is absolutely in that mix as well. But, you know, Seth, you might say, Punk because of, since Punk came back, but I still think Roman, with the history and how many times they faced each other, I still think Roman. So Seth Roman, to me, is like a brotherhood, and that is definitely the most meaningful relationship. So gun to the head, no context. You just got to pick one. I would say Seth. But I don't know. Brock might be the correct answer if they haven't faced at that point. Brony said, if I was in charge of WWE, I am going all in on Gunther, and I am making him the guy. I would have him retire Cena, win the 2026 Rumble, and dethrone Cody at WrestleMania. Is that too early, or wouldn't we mind? I wouldn't mind. No, I don't think it's too early. Because you know how we were talking about a bit of patience and building. You don't always have to do that. You can go quick, occasionally. But look at what we've done with Gunther. He was in NXT UK, putting on bangers, being like the longest reigning NXT UK champ. Then we move him to NXT, puts on bangers, right? Not there all that long, all things considered. Gets called up to the main roster, longest reigning Intercontinental Champion of all time. Then from there goes up to become a 2-time World Heavyweight Champion. And really now, the only other level for him to get to is the WWE Championship. I think whoever retires John Cena, you have got to invest in them in 2026. It's a bit like whoever was going to beat The Undertaker, you had to invest in them. You couldn't beat The Undertaker and then slip to a mid-card, right? Or just, get used, sparingly. Like, you are a big, major focus for the company. You have just done the one thing that some people didn't even think we would ever see be done. So you are a major, major focus for the company. This is Vince saying, I am strapping the rocket on you. And this is why I also didn't mind personally it being Brock. I know many people out there did. I know many people out there said that it was not the right call. I know that even The Undertaker himself does not know that it was the right call. Because the backlash is always Brock didn't need it. But I would say if you look at Brock at the time, he did need it. And the reason why I say that is because why was it so shocking that Brock ended the streak if he didn't need it? There is a truth that has been lost to the history of time, and that is that Brock Lesnar did not go into that match as favourite. People did not expect him to win. Brock Lesnar, the Beast, did not go into WrestleMania 30 as the winner, as what we thought would be the winner. Everyone thought it was just the next guy that was being fed to the Undertaker streak. They did not expect Brock to win. And actually, if you go back, there's a few results after Brock had returned where Brock had not won. It's not like he was on this rampage of destroying everyone. There'd been a few results that had actually gone against Brock. And so it felt like they were using Brock to just be fed to the streak. And that is why that moment is so shocking. That is why when it happens, you've got people with their mouths open, just completely floored. Because WWE did an incredible job of making people think, yeah, it wasn't going to be Brock. It's not. He's not winning this match. And it's funny how that's so forgotten. Because a lot of people now say it shouldn't have been Brock. He didn't need it. Well, if he didn't need it, why was it such a shocking moment? Surely we all would have expected him to have won that match. But we didn't. We all thought he was going to lose. I know. I was watching at the time. I was in a pub watching it live when it happens. And, I think that that was... I don't know the social media reaction, but I certainly know amongst all my friends and everyone in the pub that I was watching it along with, it was just utter shock. Couldn't get your head around it. Couldn't believe the streak had just ended. I mean, don't forget, we had seen epic matches against Shawn Michaels, against Triple H, CM Punk the year before. This just felt like the next guy. It was the next name that was going to be added to the victim list. And they pulled the trigger with Brock. It absolutely elevates him. It gives Paul Heyman something to brag about. All of a sudden, you've got Brock Lesnar, who has ended the streak. Now, I would say, fulfilling his potential. I would say now being back to being the person that he was originally. And I think it does take him to a different level. I think after that point, you get the beast that we know, and a lot of fans know. I know he was very dominant in his first run, but honestly, go back, look at that kind of start of the second run. It's a bit hit and miss when he returns. And it's that moment, it is beating The Undertaker, that really means we're off to the races. There is no reverse gear then. We are fully invested in Brock Lesnar. And he then goes on to main event WrestleMania 31, goes on to be a world champion, goes on to have great success, murks John Cena at SummerSlam, blah, 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 blah. He is the beast. And the other thing as well, over 10 years ago that was. Over 10 years ago. So we also gave it to someone that has been around for 10 years after it. What if you'd have given it to someone that wasn't around for as long? What if you gave it to someone that just couldn't carry the weight of the moment? I'm going to give you an example of Bron Breakker, because I think Bron Breakker has struggled to carry the weight of being this big prospect. I think Bron Breakker is someone that's good and absolutely can be a big future star. I don't doubt it. But if you look at how he's done this year, I don't know, man. There's big questions around Bron Breakker. Big questions. I think that he is someone that they've tried to build up his aura, but they've also sort of messed around with it a bit, because he's lost a few matches and he stumbles over his words in his promos, and his promos don't always land. You know, there's a few times he gets a bit lost or he stumbles over a word. You know, he comes out, he spears, he's a bit repetitive with his kind of spears. You know, the way he spears, he kind of comes down like that with his spears. I wish they were more horizontal. That's just, you know, that's just something that irks me personally. The way that he comes down like that, I don't think it looks as good. I think it looks better when it's more across and you like drive him forward and you drive in that shoulder in rather than that angle. That kind of 45-degree angle that he tends to do a lot. So I'm actually not blown away by his spears. I think he's got some good ones, but some of them I look at and I'm just like, no, I just don't like him as much as other people's. But anyway, that's by the by. I just think that he has kind of struggled to live up to that tag of being this big future prospect. I don't look at him and feel the same aura that I do for Jacob. I don't look at him and feel the same aura that I do for, say, Gunther, when Gunther's music hits. You know, Bron Breakker comes down and, you know, I'm just expecting him to do a bit of a botchy promo, do a spear that kind of comes down at 45 degrees, and for Paul Heyman to tell me how amazing this guy is, and for what I see to not quite back it up. So the point I'm making is that with the Undertaker streak, they gave it to someone that could carry that weight. They gave it to someone that when his music hits might be, well, certainly Mount Rushmore for aura. I was going to say maybe the most aura, right? When the music, the bum, 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 oh my God. I mean, you knew a problem had arrived when that music hit. And, you know, beating the Undertaker streak was a big part in that. So I personally think that that was the right call. I didn't at the time. I really questioned it. But as the years went by, it felt better to me. Those are the reasons why. And so with Gunther, I think we have built him up. I think we have gone the long way round and taken our time, built him. I think the Cena thing feels very similar to the Undertaker thing, where you've got to back them now. We had to get behind Brock, and we had to like make him the guy after he beat the streak. I feel like if Gunther's going to be the last one to retire Cena, you've got to get behind him next year. So, no, I don't think it's too soon. I think it's perfect timing. And if he wins the Rumble, no problem. If he beats Cody for the WWE Championship, no problem. The only thing I worry about with Gunther is there's not much charisma there because he is an old school heel. He is the kind of guy that comes down to the ring, brags about how he's the best. He's not a bad promo. He can talk, but he doesn't really come out with lines that kind of really grab your attention. He doesn't have those kill shots, but he's fine. You know, I'm going to mess you up. I am the ring general, right? You'll understand why the mat is sacred, blah, blah, blah. But there's not really any kind of like personal attacks or, things like this. The only time I've really ever seen him do anything like that is when he murked Jimmy in front of Jay. And that's like one of the best moments of 2025 on the build to WrestleMania. So promo-wise, I think he's fine, but he's not anything that's going to really grab attention. I think in-ring is fantastic. Presence-wise, I like it. I don't like the music. I think it's better than the Gunther. They've gone back to the classical theme, but it seems to be a different point in the song. It's not the same as NXT. People keep saying it's the same. It's the same piece of music, but it seems to be at a different point in the song, and I don't know why we've done that. This version that they played the other day sounded quite bright at times, rather than the darker aspect of that same track. So, again, go back, listen to it, compare what he had in NXT compared to what they played the other day. I don't know why they've done that. That didn't really make sense to me. And then in regards to his entrance robe, I don't like it. I want them to change that as well. And it seems like people want him to go back to being Volta rather than Gunther. And I don't know if that's possible. It doesn't bother me. I think they're both fine names. But they were chanting Volta, weren't they, the other day? I think because it reminded them more of him in NXT. And so it brought that out. So definitely a few things to work on in regards to him. Definitely a few things that we could tweak and change if they want to. But it's so interesting, isn't it, that a lot of the stuff we've spoken about is stuff that they've now looked at. I mean, we said don't like the change in music. What they were doing in NXT was so much better. And you kind of have to put up with the music, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere he comes back and it's changed. And it's gone back to the original piece of music, just at a different time. Which, again, I don't get. But, yeah, there we go. Thoughts on Gunther. I really like him. I really rate him. James said Brock wasn't planned to win. Taker was going to win, and they changed it last minute. Yeah, James, true. I think it's very divisive, and I do understand. If you are passionately against it, you're not wrong. I can tell you my reaction to it was absolute shock when it happened. And I can tell you that I left the pub, right? Daniel Bryan had just won the main event, but I was still thinking about the streak ending. And I remember talking to my partner at the time saying, they've got to change that. I'm sure there's going to be something where they're going to reverse the decision, or there's going to be something we've not seen, or I can't believe they've just finished the streak. I couldn't believe it. Genuinely, the most shocking moment for me, more shocking than Punk returning. I mean, the thing with Punk returning is I was genuinely shocked. But once you've seen him and he's back, that's it, right? It's happened. But the thing with the Brock win was I was still leaving going, well, are they going to reverse it? Like, I don't understand. Like, is there going to be... Because you never know with wrestling. You never know with Vince if there's going to be a little, screwy thing where, it turns out that the shoulder wasn't down and they're going to show that the next night on Raw. And that was where my head was at, right? I really wondered if it was like, was it a 3? Are they going to tell a story where... Because the thing with the streak is they'd obviously done a lot with the streak, but they'd never done it where he had lost and then it gets reversed. I wouldn't have liked it. It's not what I would have liked. I wasn't like, oh, I hope they do this. If they'd have done it, I would have thought it was terrible, right? To make the crowd think that it had ended the streak when actually, no, we're going to reverse the decision. Vince McMahon comes out and says, no, his shoulders weren't down and the streak's too important. Therefore, the streak remains. Brock gets angry, demands a rematch. We do a rematch at Backlash. I mean, it was a way forwards. And I did find myself leaving the pub going, are they going to do that? Is that what they're going to do? I mean, I really just couldn't get my head around it. It just didn't feel right. It didn't feel like it had happened. I was like, I was stunned. It's the most shocking moment, honestly. Even more than Cena's heel turn. It's the most shocking moment to me is the Undertaker streak ending. And I was not on board. I was not on board. I was like everyone else. I was like, I wanted it to be a young up-and-comer that could really benefit. I didn't understand why they'd gone with Brock. I just didn't get it. But the only thing I can say is, as the years went by and I saw the way Brock was presented and how much opportunity he was getting and how many title runs he was getting and how much Paul Heyman kept talked about him being the one behind 21-1, right? And how he had been the one to beat and how much kept bragging about it, how much that was part of his presentation. And the fact that he was still around years and years and years later, and the fact that he could carry the weight of that moment. As time went by, I really warmed to it as like, okay, that's okay. I don't feel like we wasted it. I mean, imagine if we gave it to someone that ended up getting cut a couple of years later. Imagine if we did that. Imagine if we gave it to someone that couldn't live up to the hype. Imagine we gave it to an Austin Theory or someone like that we thought was going to be a big future star and just it didn't work out. Could you imagine how disappointing that would be? Imagine that. Imagine we gave it to someone and they just didn't live up to the hype. And at least we gave it to someone who, you know, thankfully was a top star and dominant and has got this crazy aura and everything. So that's just another reason why it was okay to me. But it's a big conversation there. It's one that people will forever debate. And I genuinely don't know where the percentage is. If you asked 10,000 wrestling fans, I don't know what the result would be. If you like it or don't like it. I think don't like it might shade it. But I don't think it's like 90% don't like it or anything. It's probably 60-40 or something like that. I think it's one that really does divide opinions. So if you feel the opposite, that is absolutely fine. I also felt the opposite for quite a long time. When you look back at the history books, Brock will be like Bruno Sammartino, said Tiny Beham. Ace said Brock and Roman are on another level to everyone else. Tony said Cody and Dominic are going to join Judgment Day. Oh, I'm not sure Cody's going to be joining Judgment Day. I can't say I've foreseen that happening. A little bit of a fan. Thank you for the support. Became a member of the channel. And Julian said, Daze, did you enjoy Cody and Brock's last feud after WrestleMania 39? I did not know. I didn't. I didn't like it. The reason why I didn't like it is because that feud had to convince me that Cody Rhodes could genuinely get in there and go toe-to-toe with Brock Lesnar. And it didn't achieve that. It didn't convince me that Cody was genuinely better than Brock, right? What I saw was Cody being booked to win matches against Brock. I don't even know. I can't even remember if Brock won a match or if he did, it would have been through cheating. I mean, this is one of the most dominant stars in the history of WWE. And that feud did not present us with like any great matches. I don't remember there being great moments. The moment that started it was they were in a tag match. I think it was the night after WrestleMania 39. It was Brock and it was Cody in a tag team. Brock then grabs Cody, hits him with an AA. Or an FU, sorry. No, probably now an F5. I've got Cena on the brain. And hits him with an F5. And then, we're off to the races, basically. I don't remember there being really much to the feuds. I don't remember the matches really being that special. I don't remember the matches achieving their goal of me believing that Cody could genuinely go toe-to-toe. I just remember watching it and thinking that they have booked Cody to win so that it builds him and it gives him credibility. But I don't think the match has actually achieved the purpose of me believing. I think for me, for example, it would have been good if Cody had done tape study on Brock, identified a weakness, told us that weakness, and then during the match is gone for that, so that we could understand there is a chink in the armor. There is, because Brock is so big. He's so powerful. He's like a flipping... There's a Mortal Kombat character that looks like him, brought to life. Do you know what I mean? Like, he is just a freak, and he is just all power, and it's like, and he can wrestle as well. He can wrestle. He's been trained like properly in wrestling. He's not just some lumbering giant. Like, he is explosive. He's athletic. He's one of the greatest performers we have ever seen. The world has ever seen. I mean, the guy went into the UFC and won the UFC Heavyweight Championship. He's a freak. He's an absolute freak. So how are you going to convince me that Cody Rhodes, formerly known as Stardust, is going to be able to get in there, go toe-to-toe with Brock and get a victory? And the build was just largely, I'm going to beat you. And then we do the matches. And of course, they put Cody over. I mean, he was always going to go over as we built him back up to WrestleMania 40. So that was kind of a given that Cody would get the better of the feud. I think we all knew that. So the real job is to convince me that Cody is better than Brock, that he can actually stand in there face to face with Brock Lesnar and actually get the better of him. And that is, good luck. Good luck with that. Good luck with convincing me that that's possible. And I gotta say, those matches came absolutely nowhere near close to achieving it. Nowhere near close to achieving it. I saw matches where Cody just got booked to win and Brock just put Cody over. If they were to fight, I don't think a single person here would doubt that Brock Lesnar would murk Cody Rhodes. If they were to fight, actually get in there, and he would absolutely knock Cody Rhodes into next year, into 5 years down the road. It might be a bit Jake Paul, Anthony Joshua, to be honest. And they did nothing to convince me otherwise. So I can't say that's a feud I look back on with fondness, no. Daze, that wasn't the point of the Lesnar-Cody feuds. It was to make Cody look like even the best combat performer couldn't overcome the heart and desire of Cody to finish the story. Yeah, but Cody had to win that feud. There was no way Cody was going to lose that feud, was it? There was no way that he was going to lose that feud. So, of course, he was going to win that feud. And as you said, he was going to win because of his heart and his desire. But the truth is that if Brock Lesnar was to go into that ring and, you know, go toe-to-toe with Cody, Cody's heart and desire wouldn't flipping stand a chance against Brock Lesnar's power, right? I mean, at some point you get knocked out cold, right? Or every boxer in the world gets in the ring with heart and desire. But heart and desire is only going to carry you so far. I mean, Brock Lesnar's going to rip your arms off. He's going to absolutely destroy you. He's going to knock you out. He's going to choke you out. He's going to put you to sleep. It's going to be a bad day at the office, right? If the goal was to convince me that Cody's heart and desire could overcome Brock Lesnar's physical attributes, they failed. They did not convince me. I cannot watch a match between Brock Lesnar and Cody Rhodes and believe that Cody is able to get the victory, right? It's very hard to do that. It's very difficult to do that. And I think that there is a way of doing it, but you needed a lot more build. You needed a lot more strategy. You needed to find a move or something. I mean, what if Cody could go back and find the matches that Brock has lost and find a pattern and find, do you know what? Every time Brock gets driven onto his head, he actually, you know, ends up losing the match or something like this. I've got to find a way of getting Brock in a DDT or something like this. I've got to find a way of driving his head into the mat. And we would go into the match then knowing that Cody is physically at a disadvantage and he is going to get ragdolled and it's going to be a problem because we've seen Brock ragdoll John Cena at SummerSlam, right? John Cena had heart and desire. So I kind of feel like we needed something in place to convince us that there is a weakness. There is a way that you can beat Brock Lesnar. There is something that you can do. And I just didn't feel like they convinced me of that. I didn't feel like they found a way of setting the table or booking the feud right where I could believe that Cody could get the victory. So if it worked for you, brilliant. But it did not work for me. Verity said, Daze, what are we thinking about the cricket? Dare I say over by Monday? Yeah, I was really impressed. I was worried, and then I ended up being impressed. So I was very pleased at the end of it. Big Fan said, can we name one person on the roster that would legitimately beat Brock? Because all of Lesnar's losses were technicalities. Well, yeah, this is the challenge, isn't it? Because Brock Lesnar really is the beast, and he really is a problem. This is why he's got the aura that he's got. So that is absolutely the challenge, isn't it? How do you get past Brock Lesnar? And the truth is, I don't think many people should. I think Brock Lesnar is the final boss in many ways. I think he is the problem. I think he is the guy that is, I suppose, in many ways, the gatekeeper. He's got a contract, which means he's not around all the time. So I don't think they want to put top titles on him all the time. He can carry a title from time to time, but you need to build other stars. So we do need to find ways of getting people to beat him, right? But this is where, for me, you've really got to put the work in to make me believe that you can beat him and that it's possible to go up against him. I feel like Roman Reigns has got a bigger size than what Cody does. I feel like Roman is a bit taller, a bit more jacked. He's got a bit more about him. I see him as a bit more of a legit powerhouse. Brock and Roman trading shots with each other feels a little bit better than when Cody and Brock are doing it. It feels a bit more believable when Roman is doing it with Brock. So again, Brock would murk Roman in a real fight, no doubt about that whatsoever. But I could buy it a little bit more that was at least more competitive. And as you said, a lot of times there's technicality. If you think back to SummerSlam, last man standing match. I mean, Brock's being buried under flipping absolutely anything we can get our hands on just to put him down. And do you remember he kept getting back up again? And, there's many times that he's lost by, outside interference, things like that. I don't disagree with any of those things. I think that he is a problem. I think that he is someone where if you get a win over him, it's going to be very, very difficult to achieve it. And I think that wrestling has to work quite hard to make me believe that there are people in this company that can beat Brock Lesnar because he is a former UFC heavyweight champion. He is one of the most dominant performers that we have ever seen. And, in isolation, I would say that feud did not succeed in making me believe that Cody Rhodes was the better of those two. I mean, I don't know. Do people out there believe it? Do people out there believe that Cody is genuinely a better fighter than Brock Lesnar and that he has got the ability to get past the Brock Lesnar? Because I still don't believe it. I think that if you do Brock Lesnar, Cody Rhodes, I still think that, in a real fight, Brock Lesnar's getting the win. So again, you've got to find some technicalities. You've got to find a way, be it a weakness. I mean, there is a weakness that I don't think has actually been exploited, and that's the diverticulitis. Now, I don't know how you exploit that, but that's why Brock Lesnar had to leave the UFC, because he had diverticulitis, which I believe is to do with the intestines, right? It's a proper illness that is serious. And as a result, his career was done, his UFC career was done. If he didn't have diverticulitis, I think he would have actually continued in the UFC. Now, I don't know how that works, but I can buy that if you land some body shots to Brock Lesnar, drive your knee into the midsection, and Brock screams out in pain, I could believe that is a weakness because of the diverticulitis, right? I could buy that. So we're talking about where's the weaknesses in Brock. Is it that you drop him on his head, right? And that if he lands on his head like a DDT or, a move along those lines, a brain buster, that's a weakness. There has to be a weakness in there. He can't just be a complete monster with no weakness. There's got to be a weakness. And maybe the diverticulitis was a key. Perhaps if Cody had got in there, got ragdolled around, but survived, right? Didn't get put away after being ragdolled. Took to Suplex City and just managed to get his shoulder up, and then managed to land some sort of body shot that Brock screams out in pain. Cody then manages, maybe then you could have convinced me that Cody Rhodes was better, because you've presented an actual weakness in Brock Lesnar's character that Cody Rhodes exploited. And that, to me, would have been quite interesting. But that was not the work that we did. Cena probably coming back at the Rumble for a one more match tour just to sell more shirts. Now, I think he's done, but I'm fairly convinced that when he walks away, he's done. I'm fairly convinced that it would be over at that point. So I think that December is truly the end. Gian Reza said they fixed it. They cut out a few feet of intestines. Yes, but I mean, that still could be a vulnerability, couldn't it? Just because they've managed to remove those few feet of intestines and actually, kind of fix that problem, as you say, that doesn't mean that there's not a tenderness that's there. It says to me that the work has been done there. It says to me that there is still a potential vulnerability that is there, It's a little bit like if you do your ACL, right? I mean, your ACL can mend, but they still have to wear that knee brace. So even though they've kind of recovered from it and they've rehabbed from it, they still have to have like a support that's there. So in regards to Brock Lesnar, he might have had diverticulitis. They may have removed some of the intestines, but I've got no idea what happens if you drive a flipping knee into that part of his body. And I don't think it's too far of a jump to say that that is an area that is, in pro wrestling and in a believable aspect, an area that can be exploited. That, I don't look at that and go, well, they cut some intestines out, so he's fine now. I mean, I can totally believe that a knee into that, oh my God, you know what I mean? Like, bang, really exploiting that area that he's had trouble in previous. I mean, that to me is just good storytelling. That to me is just like something that is worth trying to exploit. So I think that was an aspect that was worth going after, or something along those lines. And, it just takes me back to, we just didn't do that work. Brock is such a beast. He's got weaknesses and they're in his legs. They're so small compared to the rest of him. I've noticed that. He must skip leg days, said Irish. He does have thin legs, actually. He does have thin legs. I am surprised that that's not been brought up more. Yeah, I agree. Right, where are we? We're 10 minutes away. We're 10 minutes away. Nita Nitro said, are we doing a Hall of Fame speech? Well, Uncle Revel, I don't know if Uncle Revel sent one through. Let's have a little look. I will have something for SmackDown was the last DM I got. So, Uncle Rebel, did you send me a GM? Did you send me a email? Yes, I do have an email. Let me download it and we can play Uncle Rebel's speech. We've got 10 minutes until the start of the show. Let's go here. I've not seen this. Let's have a look. Okay, we can fix it. Okay. Boom. Here we go then. So we do a Community Hall of Fame. So many congratulations to Uncle Revel. You lot voted. And you know what? You voted, I think, in record numbers as well. So you lot voted Uncle Revel into the Hall of Fame. And it's a big honor because we only put one person in a month. We will be doing it again in a couple of weeks for November. We do put two in December. So still opportunity to get in for 2025. Basically, the members nominate people that they see a lot in the chat, people that they think really contribute to the chat, to the channel. I've said before, I talk a lot, of course. It's kind of what I have to do during these streams. And so I'm, digging into subjects, talking about things, giving perspectives, and people can agree, disagree. But whilst I'm talking, the things you're saying, the points you're making, the contributions you're making, they are seen by everyone in the community. And when we talk about our community, we are genuinely a community. I mean, I spend every day doing streams, and I see a lot of you each day, like, in the various streams that we do. Some of you join us for Raw, some of you join us for SmackDown, some of you join us for NXT, some of you join us for Evolve, some of you are members on the channel, some of you join us all the time, some of you just watch the videos maybe, but the members see that. And as a result, when it's time to nominate, they nominate. Top 4 names go into a poll, and you lot vote. So to even get nominated is a hell of an achievement, right? Considering the amount of people that join us on a regular basis. Well, not only did Uncle Rebel get nominated, but he actually managed to win the poll for October. And so he goes into our community Hall of Fame. So here is Uncle Rebel with a few words. Many, many congratulations to him. Much deserved. Here is Uncle Rebel.
Hey, Daze and community. I wanted to thank everyone who nominated and voted for me for the Community Hall of Fame. I came here like a lot of people during the Nightbird campaign. I try to help contribute to Unscenes, play in the trivia games, share some of my history of wrestling in the Your Videos segments, or even telling character stories on X. As I got more involved, I ended up making some of the best friends who I can't see not chatting with every day. To my Project X partners, it's Bryn again, I Am the Color Red, and Sunny Wolf. You've all been there for me, and now it's great to get to know Scary X as well. Even to my former Project X teammates, undeniably Martin and Bobster, we might be different factions now, but forever friends. Most importantly, though, there's one person who's had my back from day one, Nita Nitro. It's only fitting I joined the Hall of Fame right after her in my favorite spooky month of October, and I can't wait for our Wrestle Feud matchup in January. It's going to be good. And there's so many of you in the streams who reach out with some quick chats, a hello, or whatever. I appreciate all of you. And special thanks to Daze for bringing all of these wonderful people together so many nights of the week. It's a fabulous community to be a part of. And I know I'm not alone when I say I can't see ourselves without it now. So thank you all again, and don't forget to revel in what you are.
There we go. That was Uncle Rebel. I could not hear a single word of that because I don't have it set up for playing in my speakers. If it plays in my speakers, then you would hear an echo. So I unfortunately couldn't hear it. But I'm sure it was fantastic. I'm sure it's very emotional. I'm sure we're all in tears right now. I am crying literally as I speak with some of those very touching words. So, Uncle Rebel, thank you. I will watch it. I will check it out away from the stream. But if it looks like I wasn't reacting to anything, to what was being said, I might have been called an awful human being. I have no idea. It's because I haven't heard a single word of that. That's why. But many congratulations. Much deserved. And yeah, as I said, really, really cool. It is a great honor. And I'm looking forward to seeing who else goes in because, honestly, a lot of you deserve it. There's a lot of people out there that really deserve that honor. I think we're so fortunate in having so many people that join us on a regular basis that are really good, like wrestling, positive wrestling fans. I think, we honestly, we don't really get into blazing arguments. The way that we talk about wrestling is very, very similar to the way I used to talk to my friends down the pub. We didn't agree all the time. We would debate stuff and throw things around. And yeah, I see what you're saying, but what about this? And do you know what I mean? Like, we don't get into these blazing arguments and heated conversations and all that kind of stuff. Like, it's really constructive. I've always enjoyed coming on the streams. I hope you guys do as well. And talking wrestling is what we all love to do. So, yeah, brilliant. I can't wait to see more of you go into the Hall of Fame. There's lots of deserving people that aren't in. So we'll see who goes in for November, and we'll see what 2 people are going to go in December. Okay, WrestleVotes have just tweeted that with Sheamus now out of the tournament, sources are indicating that his replacement is going to face LA Knight in the second round. In addition, we're told that his replacement will not be announced on tonight's show. So his replacement is not going to be announced on tonight's show. That coming from, what's the point then? That is coming from WrestleVotes. So WrestleVotes, I don't really know what that update is saying. I suppose it's just saying that it's going to be that it's LA Knight for whoever goes in, maybe? I'm not sure. I thought, had we not done a graphic already saying that that's what was going to happen? So, do you know what? We're flipping 3 minutes to go. Let's just watch the show and find out. But all I would say is we're not going to get the replacement announced is the story, right? So if that's something you're really eagerly waiting for, then the streets, WrestleVotes are saying you might not get that info tonight. So just worth mentioning in case anyone was getting a bit excited and a bit carried away that there was going to be some massive sort of reveal, you know? Right, Hannah said it was an excellent episode of Web. There were some good questions, like has Tommy peaked? I think he's got more to offer. SmackDown looks wonderful, but with 3 hours soon, hopefully the crew gets TV time. Apollo Crews. Okay. Yeah, I think with Tommy, I think that he is a very different individual, as you have seen. And I don't think he thinks and acts like a lot of kind of wrestling YouTubers. Not that I watch many, but, you know, I see the occasional kind of posts. We was talking about that guy that the other day that does podcasts with Dutch Mantel, and he's got his own channel now, but there seems to be a lot of content that's kind of quite negative. I saw his latest video was what's gone wrong with Undertaker's podcast and whatever. I kind of feel like Tommy's originality would really make a mark. I said that to him, and I meant it as well. I think, you know, the way that he approaches it, you've only got to look at his figure reviews on his channel. They're so different that I think his originality would really stand out, and I think standing out is always a positive. You kind of have to be honest, in this day and age. Everything is so kind of oversaturated. There's so much content now that really you have to stand out. You have to. Otherwise, you're just not going to get anywhere. It's probably something I'm failing at, to be honest. It's probably something I should take a lesson in, is, you know, maybe mixing things up a little bit more. But, yeah, I think that he would be able to contribute something in 2025, definitely. Glad you enjoyed it. I thought it was fun episodes. I enjoyed it. It was good to be back. Okay, right, we are underway. We have got SmackDown about to begin, and let's see what they are going to be serving for us this week. Corey said different is a good word. Triple T is a Broadway YouTuber. Yeah, he is, isn't he? He is. He'd be great at that, talking about musicals, actually. It's not something I'm interested in. I doubt it's something you guys are interested in. It's a flipping nightmare trying to get him off that subject during the Wrestling Escape Pod, but he's certainly different. Okay. Michael Cole welcomes us. We're in Denver. Hey, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. We're Ralphie. Random. Denver, the stars are out. We've got Shalexa. There's Alexa. There's Charlotte. There is JD and Finn Balor. Finn Balor is going to be taking on Penta in a first round match. There is Penta. Who's in the background? No, I don't know them. He's got a Colorado shirt. 6, 7, 8. Okay, there's Logan, Heyman, Bronson. I'm still not under the impression he's joined the Vision. I still feel like he's just joined them for Survivor Series. They're just recapping what went down last Friday. David said, we need Danhausen in a modified Piper's Pits. Danhausen. Is he free now? He's out of his AEW deal, is he? I wouldn't be surprised if WWE were interested in Danhausen. Okay. TC of WrestleVotes teasing something as well. It might say vodka, but tonight it's filled with scotch. That makes me think that Drew is going to be involved with Cody's bus. Which is honestly something I've been really interested in. You know, someone going into this bus and, like, trashing it. Do you remember, was it WrestleMania that the bus caught fire? But it actually caught fire. And it wasn't a storyline. That was a shame. That was a shame. I mean, it was a shame for many reasons, because obviously they weren't expecting it. Thankfully, they weren't on. So they were fine, but... yeah, kind of interesting if we... I just don't think TKO is going to allow them to do those kinds of things because they don't want to spend the money on it, you know? That's probably why we're not getting those kind of things. Danhausen and the APA are gold, says David. David, shout out to you. I could see Danhausen coming into WWE. I think, you know, if you look at the success of Mr. Iguana, that kind of comedy sort of character, I think, you know, Danhausen is of that ilk. That kind of Joe Hendry. He's a bit... Joe Hendry is comedy, because he does the turnaround, the smile, the comedy songs and everything. But, I mean, when the bell rings, he can go. I suppose, in a way, Mr. Iguana can as well, but he does bring his comedy into his matches. Danhausen, I've never really watched him wrestle a match, but I think he can go as well, to be honest. Okay, Heyman's in the ring. I think Logan's in there. I think we got Bron and Bronson as well. I couldn't spot them at first, but I've spotted them now. Okay, they're all in the ring. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paul Heyman. I've got a vision for War Games. Okay, so Heyman's here to give us some wisdom. Five of your heroes will be locked inside a double cage. Oh, really? Is he? Bron Breaker's going to take a bite out of every one of their asses? Really? Kinky. Didn't expect that. Okay, so Heyman just hyping things up right now. William said Danhausen is hilarious. And he's like Dom in the ring. Sign in the crowd says push Drew. Bronson Reed throws up the acknowledging emote. You need to acknowledge your tribal thief. Daze, who do we think is the last two women for War Games? Said Super Age Car. I've got Becky and AJ. I don't think there's much mystery there. That's kind of fun, isn't it? There's some people in the crowd with shirts that say Reed. The person behind's holding up a sign that says Bronson. So look at that. What's that about? We got some Bronson Reed fans. And that's a real shame that there's three of them. They're having to hold up the letter E. They couldn't find a fourth person. Okay, Logan getting introed. Robbie said, this promo's putting me to sleep. Corey said, it's a bit different. Instead of kissing your ass, we're going to bite your ass. I know, biting your ass. I don't know how I feel about this. That doesn't strike fear. I've got a lot to say, says Logan Paul. And Denver does not want to hear it. Oh, he's got 5 things, actually. Okay, thank you. I've got a lot to say. Actually, I've got 5 things. Bang! Here comes Jey Uso. And never have I been so desperate to hear his music. He's not coming through the crowd either, you know. He's coming out the entranceway. Dancing his way down the entranceway. Are we going to see Roman? Well, there's maybe... I don't know. He's meant to be on Raw on Monday, along with Brock. Whether they just save it for that. Jimmy, Jay, in the entranceway. Jay's got a shirt that says, run that ish back. You're out here running your mouth like we didn't just drop your whole crew on Monday night. First of all, you made a bad mistake. You've just peeved off Logan Paul. Big mistake. Ooh. When I created the bloodline, I did it so that you guys could eat. And so you didn't have to live off him anymore. That has prompted some OTC chants. OTC. OTC. He's not here. He's never here. He's not here, says Bronbreaker. I love how Heyman counts himself. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. What's Heyman gonna do? He'll do nothing. CM Punk chants. CM Punk chants. CM Punk. CM Punk. Trini said, Daze changed the banner so that people can calm down. Okay. People, don't worry about the banner. It's only a guide. You think the Usos would show up alone? Oh, it's Cody. Well, I don't know why I'm surprised. I was for a second. It's Cody. I looked at his flipping coach thing earlier, didn't I? Okay, here is Cody's music, and we have not seen Cody yet. It's a bit unusual. Okay, we're waiting for him, but Cody hasn't come out. Usos are looking confused. Has Drew McIntyre got to him? Yeah, Usos looking a bit confused here, and we are going backstage, and we are going over to the coach, the bus. It opens up. Drew McIntyre with a Scotland shirt on comes walking out, and there's Cody. Upside down and battered, mate. Drew McIntyre has murked Cody Rhodes in his own bus. Usos go running to the back. I tell you, I do like it when we use these backstage areas. It does feel like that's been missing. Yeah, look, we've got him. We need some assistance. He's struggling, isn't he? Look, you can tell he's struggling. This is good. This is a little bit like the kind of stuff we were doing when we were feuding with The Rock, and we go to commercial break. Do you remember when Cody was being whipped in the rain? I mean, it's not that level, but, you know, I like that stuff. I like that kind of stuff. So there we go. Drew McIntyre making a statement at the start of the show by murking Cody Rhodes. And we're at commercial. Benny said, I'm calling it now. Mark my words. WWE in 2026 is going to be better than the Attitude Era and Ruthless Aggression. Well, there we go. Facts. Drew with the Scotland shirt. Yes, well done to Scotland. It was a hell of a game. I actually had it on TV. I was watching it. They managed to get past Denmark and qualify for the World Cup. Of course, the World Cup's going to be in America. It's going to be in Canada. It's going to be in Mexico next year. Scotland will be there. Dun, dun, dun. Right. Daze, we're all still waiting for those Panda Express gift cards. Just got a Panda Express ad, said James. They are sponsors, aren't they, of WWE? Apparently DoorDash is going to be working with WWE now. Daze, do we think that Jey Uso is going to turn at War Games? Do you know, funny you should mention that, AB WWE fan. We were talking about that in the couple of hours before, how they seem to have dropped that story. It could be that they've just pushed it to the back burner and it's going to come back with a vengeance at Survivor Series. It's not something that I'm expecting. It's definitely something that could happen, because it is strange that we were telling that story and it just stopped. It just sort of went away. But yeah, I would like for us to kind of carry on with that, because it was very interesting. That whole little Roman, you got to do whatever you've got to do. You know, it felt like Jey was being corrupted. It felt like he was starting to become a bit desperate. And I don't know, I couldn't tell if it was him that was going to turn or Jimmy that was going to turn. But I'd like to revisit that and do something with that. Okay, you would have to be crazy to hire security that WWE had on these shows. Never feels secure, that's true. They are literally the worst. But then most of the time they are actually independent wrestlers that probably don't have any security credentials. So you would think WWE would learn by now. Hire actual security. Don't just ring up like local wrestling schools and go, can we borrow some of your wrestlers for security? It never works. There's no point hitting up NXT or people that have just tried out and seeing if they would mind being security for an evening. Get actual security, you clowns. Right, here's Cody. He's on the grass. We don't seem to have got him actual medical assistance, which is lols. See you at War Games, says Drew. Sign in the crowd says 6-7. Yeah. I think that's got something to do with balls. I think it's got something to do with big balls. I don't know, but that's what I always think of when I do that. I always think testicles jiggling away. Here's Ilya. Ilya Dragunov is making his way down to the ring, so I forgot we're going to get another Ilya Open Challenge. Ilya versus... who knows? I don't know. I'm always thinking Tommaso. That's what I'm always expecting. Dun, 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 dun. Why did he say that Bron Breakker was going to... I've got to tell you right now online, a lot of people are still just talking about the fact that Bron Breakker's going to take a bite out of everyone's ass. Like, did they think that was going to be intimidating? Did they think that we was going to be here and, like, really worried by that? It's just a bit pervy, isn't it? I mean, I do love it for that reason, but... Ilya has made his way down to the ring. And I don't know if we're going to commercial break or we're about to find out. I think we're going to find out, actually. Here we go. Okay, it's going to be... I really don't recognize the music anymore, you know. It's Judgment Day, so is it going to be JD? Because Finn's already in action tonight. Yes, it is. This'll be all right. This'll be all right. Ilya Dragunov against JD McDonough. Do you know, it's such a good way of delivering what the kind of matches we wouldn't really be that interested in. If they announced that, if there was no title involved and they just announced this as a match, we would be like, okay, whatever. But because it's for a championship and because it's an open challenge and because you have to wait to find out who it's going to be, the framing of it is so clever. If this was just announced in advance, I would be like, yeah, that'd be okay. That'd be all right. But actually, the way they've delivered it, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, no, I'm down for this. This'll be fun. This'll be fun. He can go. He can work. I got a lot of respect for JD. I had a lot of respect for him anyway. But that whole him going into the flipping commentary table, busting a rib and carrying on wrestling. Come on, mate. Come on. Respect. Respect. If Cody's going to get respect for what he did at Hell in a Cell, then JD deserves respect for what he did. So it's JD McDonough then that answers Ilya's open challenge, and we are underway with our opening match on SmackDown. Holy Chain said, we're about to put the ad on you. It did feel like we were going to go to the ad break, but we stuck with it. To be honest, the fact we didn't go to an ad break kind of said to me that this was not going to be the biggest name in the world. I think if we'd have gone to the ad break, then, you know, you would have built it up a bit more. But to bring Ilya out and then just immediately bring out his opponent, that kind of suggested to me this was not going to be anything too shocking. So, Kurapika, is that how you pronounce it? Kurapika? Holy Chain, shout out to you. Okay. This is gonna bang, said Simon. Get comfortable, people. WrestleRant said, I never know that it's Judgment Day coming out till I see the logo. Oh, same. Absolute same. Honestly, not a flipping clue. That music hit and I had no idea who was coming out. Ilya gets hurled into the ropes. That looked a bit moody, actually. That looked a bit moody. So, Ilya thrown into the ropes. And he goes down on the outside. Referee just went to check on him. She gets back into the ring. So, Ilya versus JD McDonough. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. You should always know who it is when they come out with the theme music, and that's a big problem, says Tony. Jennifer says, do I need to do laundry? Yes. Do I want to get up and move? Absolutely not. I can understand that. A one count. A one count by JD McDonough. Judgment Day's original theme was perfectly fine, said Jay. But of course, they have to change it to the most Wonder Bread theme. It is quite mid, isn't it? I don't know what's going on with Dominic's theme. There was a report that he was going to get a new theme doing the rounds But not everyone was picking up on that. Just a few people were saying a new theme was coming. And then literally later that day, a few hours later, he shares a new piece of music that's very Latin American. And I have no idea if it's just a track that he was looking forward to, or if it is his new theme, or I am really in the dark on that whole situation. So I don't know. I'll be very interested when we see Dominic tomorrow. He's going to be involved at that AAA show, and we'll see what music he comes out to. It might be a new theme that they debut at Survivor Series. Or it might not be a new theme at all, and it might have just been a bad report. So I am very much in the dark on all of that. He also deleted that theme, that piece of music that he tweeted out. He deleted it. The closing segment for SmackDown has been revealed. Spoiler alert. I don't know the closing segment, so I'm not going to click on that. Right now, we've got JD. He has got a headlock in on Ilya. So right now, JD keeping Ilya grounded. Ilya getting up. Such a shame that he's got that knee brace. Such a shame. I always worry about what that means. Like, you know, how vulnerable is that knee? Over in the corner goes Ilya, and he goes down. JD McDonough putting in a clinic. Ilya going hard into the corner, mate. Ilya went hard into that bottom rope, and then he just went hard into the corner. So Ilya definitely feeling the physical effects of this. Backbreaker, knee coming into the spine. JD going over to the corner, looking out at the fans. JD climbing up middle turnbuckle. Love that. Love how he climbed up and immediately just went for that move. Normally you see people climbing up, taking a moment and then deliver it. He just went up and went straight into it. It's kind of nice. It's kind of nice. Okay, Daze, did we see the figure reveals? They're going to do some new superstars of Demolition and Hacksaw. I don't know if I've seen the new figure reveal. I have not seen new ones today, but Demolition was shown at San Diego Comic-Con. I think Hacksaw was shown as well, so I'm thinking what might have been shown today is maybe the packaging pictures, but I've not seen any images today. These were shown at San Diego Comic-Con. I'm very excited for them, of course. There's some good ones that were shown, actually. Ilya colliding into JD. That brace being quite useful. Some good bits. These are quite nice. I don't know if people knew these were coming, but WWE and Street Fighter are working together to release some figures. There's Batista as, I think that's Sagat, isn't it? And then over here we got John Cena as Guile, which doesn't really make sense. We all know Cody Rhodes is Guile. So these are figures that are going to be coming out. Love the packaging. Here's Ilya. Suplex by Ilya. Look at this. Look at this. So, we do have some... Oh, mate, did you see the height on that German? Wow! He really just dropped JD on the back of his head there. Look at Bianca. Never needed you at all. Right now, Ilya gut-wrenching, and he's going for another. That's what Wrestle with Andy was referring to. They're nice, mate. They need to get in my collection now. Elbow coming into the side of the head there by Ilya. Unloading on JD McDonough. JD goes over, goes down. Dragunov. Ah! He's got blood on his face. Dragunov, Ilya going to the outside. He's climbing up. Ilya perched, ready. Off the top, no. JD moves out the way. Clothesline misses. Round the back. Ilya against the ropes, through the ropes, coming back in. Big clothesline. Oh, McDonough flipped over. That was a nice counter. Big clothesline, but McDonough actually used that momentum to flip him over. Let's look at the replay here. Look at that. He actually managed to hit the Spanish fly so that the clothesline didn't quite connect. That was nice. Shot coming in there by JD. These two battling away for the United States Championship. Shots coming in there by Ilya. And again, another big blow coming in. Right now, looking for a power bomb. We got JD up. Shots coming in. No joy. JD over against the ropes. We're about half an hour into the show so far. Oh, my God. To the outside. Jesus. They were both looking to suplex each other. They ended up going over the rope and to the outside. You don't see that spot often. You really don't see that spot very much, where they go kind of spilling over the top rope and like literally both go out to the outsides. So, yeah, that prompted holy ship chants. I think that's what they were saying. The Finn Balor entrance at NXT Homecoming reminds me how awesome Balor still is. It's a shame that WWE doesn't care about using him as a high-profile single star, says Brony. Bang! Into the edge of the ring. Trying to... just about beats the count. Just about beats the count. JD in the ring. Four years ago today at Survivor Series, we got the missing golden egg storyline. Do you remember that? Do you remember that? Right now, JD in control. He's putting a stretch on Ilya. What a banger of a match, said Shane. James said, I don't like that spot. It could cause some serious injury. Eric said, I saw the suplex over the rope spot a few weeks ago on AEW. Well, they copied WWE because I've seen it in WWE quite a few years ago, actually. So that's a shame that they've copied WWE. Nice takeover there by Ilya. I think my favorite Survivor Series COVID memory is Roman against Big E. That was a banger, says Alex. JD looking for the cover. 1, 2... Just getting the shoulder up there, Ilya. Just. Love the golden egg, said Glockness. That was the best. People saying that was a really great counter by the Funko Pop. And I am worried for the future of JD McDonough, because I don't know if you've heard, but Funko are in a lot of financial difficulty. And if they do go out of business, what does that mean for JD McDonough? Kick coming in. Bang. Another kick to the chest there by JD as Ilya gets up to his feet. Another kick coming in. Look at the selling by Ilya. Look at the selling. Quick chops coming in. Pop, 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 pop. Chopping away. Headbutt coming in. Down goes Ilya. Ilya down. JD down. It's another fun match. They're obviously using this as a way of getting regular TV time for Ilya. Trying to continue putting on like a guaranteed banger each week. And it's working well for Ilya, this. You can genuinely look forward when Ilya comes out to, you know, you're going to see something really fun. And this week, I would say continuing to deliver. Okay, I don't know if we're going to commercial break or back from commercial break, but we're certainly doing summer as both guys are up in the corner. Over half an hour gone. Looking for a suplex. Ilya up there with JD. Bang! Look at that. Big superplex, but JD grabs the hair of Ilya like a young girl would. Brainbuster by JD. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. We're carrying on. That brainbuster. Unbelievable. No way the champ loses this early, said Jason. Rocksteady said, I never look forward to Ilya. Oh, really? Mate, the crowd are chanting, this is awesome right now. I think he consistently delivers with his matches. Big boot there by Ilya. JD goes down. Ilya now. Oh, planting JD McDonough. Feels like we're setting up for the H-bomb. H-bomb incoming. He's going over to the corner. Look, it's the passion. It's the selling. It's the heart. It's the determination. Charging in. Oh! Gets dragged over to the corner. FDAF slightly in the way. JD going up. Moonsault. He's up top. Boom! Connects. JD. 1, 2. Oh, kick out by Ilya. Kick out by Ilya. Ref Daff slightly got in the way there, but JD managing to go into the corner, hitting that moonsault. And that is close, mate. 2.99999. Really close. Right now, we've got JD grabbing the hair again of Ilya. We've got our second This Is Awesome chant by the crowds. JD grabbing the arm of Ilya Dragunov. Ilya. No. Headbutt. Looking for a powerbomb. Picks him up. No. JD. Headbutt by him. Ilya. Oh. McDonough goes down. I think we're going to get the powerbomb. Boom. H-bomb connects, and that'll do it. Brilliant. Ilya Dragunov retains. Fun match. Fun match. Ilya Dragunov, I'm sure we'll have another moment backstage with Tommaso. Lovely. You could have counted to 20, says Corey. That was a great match, says Dr. Luchalala. Respect to JD, of course. Ilya Dragunov, what can you say? Corey Graves says it's a matter of when, not if. JD can win a championship, singles championship. Okay, we're talking about the women's War Games, and we're going back to last Friday. She couldn't do it, Charlotte, could she? Do you remember last week when she was covered in graffiti? She'd been Banksied. I don't trust you, and I think you're a snake. And there she walked away. What the hell, Charlotte? Thankfully, Charlotte did come back. And all was well in the world. Are we going to see Rhea Io hug? I hope so. It's why I watch wrestling. Okay, we're backstage with Charlotte and Alexa. I only did this for you. Okay. Rhea and Io are waiting. You and Rhea need to have a chat. Have fun. Io's there. Io's gonna go away. We're gonna have a Charlotte Rhea conversation. I'm okay with this. I'm down for this. Let's see what gets said, shall we? Oh. Well, we don't get to. We don't deserve to know what was said. Here's Nick Aldis. Excuse me. You're excused. Where are we going? Okay, Bronson, Heyman, Braun, Logan. It's probably not great, is it, that your GM is bigger than your big future prospect? Nick Aldis looking down at Bron Breakker. He's bigger than all of them. As far as I'm concerned. Drew is not allowed on this show. His persona non grata. That would be a really good Mexican wrestler name. This is a bit of nothing, isn't it? I don't want Drew on my show. Okay, well, Bronson doesn't need any help. That's basically this segment. You was not nice to Logan Paul, says Paul Heyman. Okay, Carmelo making his way down, and it's probably going to be Bronson that gets this, isn't it? Gon said, why don't we hire security guards bigger than the wrestlers either? Well, to be honest, I mean, you never really want people bigger than the wrestlers, ideally. So it's a difficult one because he is a very good GM. I really like Nick Aldis. Traditionally, though, it would make more sense for like a Teddy Long, you know, or you know, an old person like Jack Tunney, or I don't know, like someone like that to kind of be in that role, or someone that used to be a wrestler that's clearly old now, clearly past it now. You know, no offense to Mick Foley, but blimey, now when he was GM, he could barely walk. He was very much beaten down. But, like, I don't know, like, Nick Aldis seems to want to square up to wrestlers. There was a moment there where, like, he genuinely, like, stepped up to Bron. Bron's, like, here on him, and he's, like, proper... And you look at, like, his chin, and it looks like he's flipping chiseled. So you look at Nick Aldis, and I'm like, damn, man, look at the flipping size of that guy. Look at the size of it. He's bigger than Logan Paul. It's a very interesting choice to have as a GM, someone so physically imposing. I got a picture here. Look at this. Look at the size of him. I mean, there's Logan. I know Logan's slightly in the background. If you bring him a few steps forward, I'm sure he's a lot closer in height. But, I mean, if you had to point to who the biggest person in the picture is, it's probably the GM in it. I mean... Kathy Kelly takes her heels off so that... And Kathy Kelly even spreads her legs out sometimes when she's doing interviews. True story. So that when she's standing next to the women, she can get a little bit lower in height. Like, These are the kind of things that get taken into consideration to make the wrestlers look bigger. And then you got flipping Nick the Giant wandering around. Oldest the Giant wandering around backstage. So Paul Heyman reassures Nick Aldis that the Vision respects Drew McIntyre's suspension. So there we go. That was the little backstage segment. There's also an image of... There we go. These two backstage in a little like what looks to be a bar area. Alexa and Io leave Charlotte and Rhea to talk out their differences before War Games. So that going down as well. Next match is Carmelo against Bronson. Get your thoughts in regards to the Ilya match, because once we're back from commercial break, we'll end that poll. Daze with Logan joining the Vision story. Doesn't make no sense. It's one big joke, said Jordan. Well, I don't know that he's in the Vision, but I think he is obviously part of their Survivor Series team. And to be honest, I think they're just trying to use his star power. They're just trying to use his following, his social media. I think you know it. I know it. He's probably jumping off the top of that cage and filming it whilst he does it. You know that he wants those viral moments. You know that he wants to share them online. You know that it's like, oh my God, did you see that footage of Logan? Fair play. That's what they look for. It's so obviously manufactured, and do you know what I mean? I sort of know what they're going to go for before they even go for it. They're going to have him jump off the top of the cage. He's going to film it. It's going to go online, and what's going to happen is people are going to look at the footage and they're going to go, well, do you know what? Fair play. Fair play. I might not like him, but respect jumping off the top of the cage and filming it. Like, that is some crazy footage. And it's like, I know in advance. I just know the tricks. I know what they're trying to do. They're very clever, WWE. They are master manipulators. They are very clever. If you sit back and watch how they use social media and how they try to control the narrative, they don't always get it right, far from it, but you can look at certain things and go, yeah, I know why you've done that. I know what you're trying to achieve. I understand the psychology that you're employing here. So I think that's a big reason as to why he's in the match. Bobster said, we should go back to Charlotte and Rhea, and that room should be wrecked. They've obviously been fighting, and they shake hands as they've worked everything out. That's interesting. That could be kind of fun, actually. I like that. So, you know, they've got physical. They've got it out the system. Yeah, I don't mind that. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. Okay, here we go. We are coming back from commercial break. We've got the University of Colorado. They're really shouting about this, aren't they? Big 12 action. They're promoting that. There's someone dressed as maybe a banana. I'm not sure. I believe it is a banana. 6, 7, 8. 45 minutes into the show. Supercard. Major updates. Oh, has there been an update from Supercard after that random tweet they put out? Claim your free reward now. Hey. Oh, hello. What's going on? Ilya. Tamatonga. It's coming, did he say? Ilya's battered backstage. He bumps into Tamatonga. Here's Tommaso. The guy that's going to take that title from you is looking you dead in the eye right now. You're a jackass. Guys, Joe Gacy has tweeted. Don't... What? Don't call my best friend a jackass. How the hell did he have that ready? In all fairness, I think he's called him a jackass before, but the fact he had a shirt that said, don't call my friend a jackass, literally moments after he called him a jackass, is pretty fun. Here's Joe Gacy. What are you in the dark? Question mark. Guys, only 128 views on this. We are so early. We are so early. Joe Gacy tweeting out. Sign in the crowd says, thank you, Cena. Ilya's been watching too much Happy Gilmore, says James. Can you ever watch too much Happy Gilmore? I haven't seen the new one, though, in all fairness. I'm battle tested. Here's Big Bronson Reed making his way down. Daze, I can imagine you wearing that shirt, says Jordan. That seems a bit pervy, Jordan. You imagining me in, like, clothes. Although, actually, it'd be worse if you imagined me in no clothes. So I think it's okay to imagine me in clothes. Scrap that. Jordan, it's fine. Daze actually created the 6'7" meme. The kid in the video is Daze's nephew, said Goons Putty. Yes. Hey. 6'7". Benny said, I think all this tells the face team, if you want Flair as a teammate, then you're gonna get Flair at SS. Then comes a 76-year-old Ric Flair dressed as Charlotte. Oh my God, that could be so much fun. Imagine if Ric Flair loses his mind and starts dressing as Charlotte. And getting in there and putting figure eights on people. Shots coming in. We're underway. Bang! In the corner goes Big Bronson Reed. I said we were going to end the poll. And we're definitely doing that. Oh, down goes Carmelo. Everyone's got a plan till you get punched in the mouth. Great 71. I've watched Happy Gilmore 2 the other day, but it's not as good as the first one, said Jordan. They rarely are they, to be honest? Shot coming in by Big Bronson Reeds. Gremery said, I just tweeted something about The Undertaker's 35th. Is it the belts? I did see a new belt that had been unveiled. Yeah, legacy title. Jen, thank you. I don't really like it, to be honest. It feels like someone's took the image and stretched it. It's too... I don't know, man. I think they've already done an Undertaker legacy one, so... I mean, where are you going to draw the line? This is his 35th anniversary. You're going to do a 40th anniversary, a 50th anniversary. You're going to do that for everyone, like... I don't know, if you keep churning out these legacy belts... Like, if you do one for The Undertaker, I can understand that. But, like, 35th year anniversary, 50th, 100th year, 75th year, 70th year, 60th... And then the same for Cena, and the same for Roman, and the same for Bruno Sammartino, and Bret Hart, and... Jesus Christ, we're going to be flooded in belts. Yeah, not for me. Shoulder up there by Bronson. It's limited to 475 as well. Bang. That was quite nice, actually. Carmelo off the ropes. Into like a springboard DDT. Dropkick there by Carmelo. Big Bronson Reed's having a lot of trouble here. He's having a lot of trouble. Right now, we've got... Yeah, Bron comes down, Logan comes down, Bronson Reed on the outside as we go to commercial break. I don't know if we're going to stay with the action. We probably will. We probs will and we probs have. The Undertaker belt looks like a church-stained glass window from Resident Evil 4 in a good way, said Akeem. He said, just wait. The rumor is TKO are going to replace Trips. They're replacing Booker with Taker. What? They're going to replace Trips with Undertaker? No. Ameeb said, these commercials are ridiculous. Joseph said, it's all about the money, money, money. Yes, it is all about the money. I mean, look, people will buy it, and I'm sure it'll sell, and there's Undertaker fans out there that will take anything that's got his name written on it. And, you know, I mean, it's not my favorite belt. It's okay. If you was an Undertaker fan, you wanted to add it to your collection, I would totally understand. But, I don't know. I think those legacy belts, I understand them. I understand why you would do it, and it's a lovely tribute to a wrestler. And if your favorite wrestler gets a legacy belt, I understand why you would be interested. But if you're just going to keep releasing legacy belts like every 5 years to celebrate anniversaries, I just think it's going to saturate the market, and it makes them less special. And I don't know. But then I ain't never going to buy them anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And maybe it's another one of those wrist things that they can make. I like them. They're like $5 or whatever, and they're those kind of, you snap them on your wrist. Well, what they've started to do is make belts out of those. We've been looking at them in Unseen. They've done 2 seasons of them so far. And many of you out there seem to be really enjoying collecting them. And they're kind of fun. And some of those legacy belts are featured in those collections as well. So I suppose it's another one to make for that, isn't it? I haven't looked if they're in the UK, actually. I think I did look, and they might be at Smith's. I'm not sure. WWE Championship Slap Band. Yeah, they're £5, and they are at Smith's. So you can get them here in the UK. This is what they look like. £4.99. They're blind bag things, and basically that is... So Undertaker's legacy belts, the first one is the super rare. Here you can see we've got rare, which is the undisputed WWE title spinner belt, the old NXT one. It's kind of fun, honestly. Just as a fun little collectible. I mean, I'm not going to actually slap it on my wrist, but actually as a collectible, that's kind of fun. I'm really not down on those. They've done 2 seasons of those. And, yeah, might have to pick some up for Christmas. Okay, we got Logan on the outside. He's come down. We got Braun on the outside. We got Heyman on the outside. And we're back from commercial break. So Carmelo goes into the corner. It was all Carmelo in the early stages. Now, though, it is Bronson that's in control. Okay, Heyman just saying to Carmelo, tap. Tap. Okay, right now, Carmelo being kept grounded. We've had FU Logan chants breaking out. Bang, down he goes. Swing and a miss there by Carmelo. Oh, driven down. 1, 2. Okay, we are just 5 minutes away from the halfway point. Bronson in control, standing over Carmelo. Trini said, the only WWE merch that I've ever brought are signed photos. I've got HBK, Brett, Cena, Roman, both the Bellas, Charlotte and Bray. Never felt the need for more. Well, I think that's great, honestly. I think having a focus collection, if you can do it, is brilliant. Because I've always had a little bit of this, little bit of that. You know, I've got a few Funkos. Obviously, I've got a good figure collection. I've got like signed cards. I mean, like collector's cards, magazine. I mean, I've just flipping shirts. I've got a bit of everything. I think a lot of people are that way, to be honest. But if you can go, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to really dial in on some signed pictures and just get the ones I want. It's probably the most financially constructive way forwards. Logan sucks is the chant after Logan has tripped over Carmelo. Carmelo, though, looking for a crucifix pin. Step up enziguri by Carmelo. The big man is rocked. Carmelo going against the ropes. Bang! Big knee. Okay. Vision are going to be worried here. Carmelo showing up, showing out. Bronson goes to the outsides. Carmelo charging over. Goes over to Bronson. Big boot to the side of the head. He's going to look to deliver. Oh, look at that fadeaway leg drop. Coming off the ropes. Oh, DDT on the edge of the ring. Lovely. This is a great showcase for Carmelo Hayes, you know. It's a great showcase. Looking for a big splash. Connects. 1, 2. Kick out there by Big Bronson. Heyman looking confused. Look at this. Plants him head first. There's the frog splash. Really nice frog splash, actually. Really nice frog splash. Gotta say, I've been impressed in this match by Carmelo. There genuinely feels like an attempt has been made to put on better quality matches. I mean, that opening match, fantastic. This match, really enjoying it. Oh, he gets caught by Bronson. Planted, sent on. And is in position for a tsunami. The big man's going up. Love how Carmelo was not quite in the right position for it. But the big man didn't mess around. He just went up and just went to splash it. Carmelo does move. The tsunami misses. Bronson over against the ropes. Bron Breaker on the outsides. Double knees there by Carmelo as Bronson goes to the outsides. Do you know what? I've only just realised something. Bron Breaker looks a bit worried at times. And I think that's a problem. You know, on the outside, he's a bit concerned and a bit worried for Bronson, like shouting him advice and whatever. I'm trying to think, like, if you would get that so much from some of the other big heels. Would Brock ever be concerned? You know, if we're trying to build up some aura. I suppose Gunther might have shown a bit of concern for, you know, Imperium members. Oh, that's great. Carmelo off the top. Into a DDT. Oh, kick out. That was lovely. Carmelo off the top, and as he lands, grabs the head, manages to drive it down. How did he shift his momentum? Comes down, grabs the head, and just kind of can keep, like, drags it down. That is quite nice. That is nice. That was a lovely little spot, that. I tell you what, we've had frog splashes, we've had Miss Tsunamis, we've had fadeaways. They've really put a lot into this match. Lands on his feet, rolls through. Bronson, big clothesline. Down goes Carmelo, and he grabs his leg. Carmelo grabs his leg momentarily. Ref checks on him, is okay. Rolls out the ring. Right now, Braun is taking off his shirt. I think he's going to look to get involved. I think he's going to look to murk. We've got some murking that's about to go down. Here we've got the Usos. They're getting involved. Okay, this is interesting. Could The Miz swing the momentum the other way, though? This match still underway. Mate, we've got chaos. We've got carnage. So, Jay saves Yeah, Braun has kind of gone from ringside along with Logan. It leaves Bronson. Heyman's trying to distract the referee. Is The Miz going to get involved? Right now we got Cody hurling Bronson. Crossroads. Cody grabbing Carmelo, chucking him in the ring. Cody running away. We might be seeing Carmelo progress. 2, 3, 4, 5. Ref's counting quite quick here. Blooming Jessica Carr weren't counting this quick when Maxine was on the outside. What the hell? He's counted out. Bronson is counted out. If ever someone's getting counted out, the referees apparently count quite quickly. If we're trying to faff around, then it's 1, 2. But if you're getting counted out, it's 1, 2, 3. Cody's going to speak. Your friends, Bronson. You're probably the best in that group, Bronson. Historically speaking, a Steiner is never better than a Rhodes. What? Where did that come from? Don't forget, the last person that beat you here was me. Cody fired up, man. Cody fired up. Look at me, Paul. Do you know what I've discovered in our relationship? You build them, I'll beat them. It's not just a match, it's my damn birthright. Cody Rhodes with plenty to say. Plenty to say. Oh, that's a fiery little promo from someone that you don't always get a fiery little promo from. That was good from Cody. That was really good. Okay, here's Chelsea. Let's get the match scores, shall we? Here's Julia. There's Chelsea hiding in the background. Are we going to see Nikki? Is Nikki in that room? Chelsea comes out from that room. The vibes aren't vibing. Oh, here's Jade's. Where's Nikki? She wasn't around. I really thought she was going to be in the background. Unless I missed her. Jade and Chelsea said, Hawks fam. Right, we've gone from hour 1 into hour 2. And some interesting comments there from Cody Rhodes. Very interesting comments. A Steiner will never be better than a Rhodes. Here's Fraxiom. My favorite Survivor Series match is Teddy Long versus Eric Bischoff in the Battle of the Brands, said Benny. It was epic storytelling. Here's Fraxiom. If I've learned anything, it's that you build them and I beat them. Okay, Fraxiom versus DIY. The heel team will probably have the advantage in War Games, said Robbie. Chelsea sucks, says Uji. Nikki's mother-in-law passed away a few weeks ago. I'm not sure. Maybe she's at home, says Nita Nitro. Restaurant said, I got to admit, that belt does look really good on Jade's. Alex said, when the hell are Gacy and Dexter going to challenge again? Or have challenges again? That's the real question. I think they're being saved, aren't they, for this MFT feuds. Brody said the heel team should probably win at War Games. The likely scenario happening is either Braun pinning Punk or Drew pinning Cody. It just depends what direction they want to go and what story they want to fuel. Okay, 3.5 minutes. We are going to be at a commercial break for right now. Victoria said, what channel is SmackDown on? Because it's not on the USA is Down. It's on USA Network in America. It's on Netflix here in the UK, so I don't know if something else is interrupting the broadcast where you are. Sometimes that can happen. So, yeah, it looks like we're rescheduled. I wonder if we've overran with anything. I wonder if this was always the plan, but Chelsea seems to have indicated that we are rescheduling her celebration. So, I don't know. I'm not sure if we're having to make a bit of a change on the fly or... Don't know, but it seems like we're rescheduling that title celebration. Daze, what do we think the big storyline of 2026 is going to be after the Cena tour? I'm guessing heel Cody. I think that we do Cody Randy. I do wonder if we're going to get The Rock getting involved. And I've got to think we're going to take some big steps forward with Bron Breakker, who they seem to be very invested in. And I also think we're going to take some big steps forward with Gunther. So I think heel Cody, absolutely there is a possibility of that. I think that's not a bad shout whatsoever. But I don't know. I also don't know that it's a given because I think they do like babyface Cody. But I think there is hopefully an understanding that we need to, spice things up a little bit there. That kind of promo is a kind of promo we don't get that often from him. So, yeah, I think there's a few options. I'm looking at Gunther. I'm looking at Braun. I'm looking at Randy and Cody. The heel turn is on the table, and I'm looking at The Rock as well. Those are the kind of things. And you can't ignore the women because obviously they've been cooking in recent years. So, do we need to look over at AJ Lee? Could she have a good year next year? For a full year. I mean, I'm guessing next year she will be at WrestleMania. So whether she's going to be the big story, though, I doubt. But, it's always worth looking at what the women are doing. Brother Man said, I would rather not get heel Cody. I don't want to see another case of heel Cena. Gonsput, he said, USA Network is down in parts of the US. Oh, really? Right. Well, that is the channel that it's on, unfortunately. I don't know if you can VPN and get over to a UK Netflix. But, yes, historically... or not historically, but that is where it's being shown in America. Okay, we have commercial break and 20-odd seconds to go, and we will be back. 20-odd seconds, and we will be back. Apparently, Cena turned down some creative plans for Saturday night's main event, says Robbie. Yeah, apparently Triple H wanted to do a 2-hour show, just a tribute to John, which I wouldn't have minded. I saw a lot of people saying if I wanted a documentary on Cena, I'll just watch a documentary on Cena. But I think to have had a lot of wrestlers send in videos talking about John, sharing some memories of John. That's not a documentary. It's not like a history of John Cena. I think, you know, it could have been something a bit different, something where wrestlers send in videos, you know, Ric Flair and Triple H, Shawn Michaels, all sharing in videos, Kurt Angle, saying congrats to John. Just dot them throughout the show, you know. That could have been interesting. And then maybe a countdown of John's greatest moments could have been really interesting. I think we could have done some stuff and then started the second hour with the match, promo after. You know, if that was the vision, I could understand. But apparently John was like, I don't want to do that. I would like the first hour at least to be, you know, a showcase for the NXT talent. Okay, here's Sammy. We got Motor City. We got Ray Phoenix. We got Shinsuke. We got fired up Sami Zayn. They're obviously building to their Survivor Series match for next week. He says you are looking at an international coalition. Here's Shinsuke. Obviously, we're talking about the MFTs. It's probably worth looking to see if the Wyatts are in the background. Mida, 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 mida. This ends once and for all. Sammy leaves nothing on the table, does it? Oh my God, look at this. Oh my God, look at that graphic. Ah! Oh. Look at that graphic. They need better names. Team Sammy against Team MFT. No. They had things like the Visionaries and stuff like that. They should have been known as the International Coalition. That should have been their team name, not Team Sammy. They got so close and then they botched it. Botch. Okay, here is DIY coming down. That was great, wasn't it? Old school graphic. Ugh. What's happening? Why have we done this? What's this? What's that? Why have they not come out to the DIY light music? It started off as Tommasso's music, and then it flipped over to being Johnny's music. Candice is out there with them. Okay, this match is going to bang. I think there has been a real effort in making the matches better tonight. Because this is another potential banger. For those that didn't see the graphic, this was the graphic that we were swooning over. There was a little bit of swooning that went on. Okay, Fraxiom against DIY. This should bang. We got 45 minutes left to go. What's that song? Well, I mean, Rebel Heart is an amazing track, which I absolutely love for Johnny. That's his. It was like their two individual theme songs just put next to each other. Not even blended together. Sounded pretty rubbish, to be honest. It is stunning how much this company can mess up entrance theme songs, isn't it? Like, it's a real achievement. Big frog splash there by Axiom. Nathan Frazer going up, looking for a frog splash of his own. He lands it. 2. Johnny comes over, makes the save. Axiom to the outsides. Johnny goes through the ropes. Tag being made. Johnny gets back in. Shot coming in there by Johnny as Nathan goes down. And again. Another shot coming in. And down goes Nathan. Okay, DIY in control. And he's wearing that don't call... I can't remember. Don't call my best friend a jackass shirt is what he's wearing. I'd imagine they're available at WWE Shop for anyone that's interested. Clothesline. Missed there by Nathan. Axiom. Oh, super kick coming in by Johnny. Tommaso grabbing the leg there of Nathan going into the ring steps. Got murked, mate. Got murked. Don't call me a jackass. Don't call my best friend a jackass, says Alex. You're telling me Team Sammy, Team MFT is not a Survivor Series? No, I believe it's next week, isn't it? Next week. Right, we've got Johnny in the corner with Axiom. 2 minutes of a commercial break. Lovely. Wrestling Void said, Daze, I'm using a VPN. My computer goes to 3.8 gig when I'm watching your stream in a private tab, so I can't chat, so I'm using my phone. Your computer goes to 3.8 gig. What does that mean? You've lost me on that bit. Shot coming into the midsection. Big boot. Hope you're well, Wrestling Voids. Simon said, I never saw Fraxiom in NXT, but Jesus Christ. Since they moved up to the main roster, they've been insane. Oh, they honestly were mental in NXT. They were winning a lot of Tag Team of the Year awards and being like in the top 5 awards whilst being in NXT. They were genuinely regarded by a lot of the dirt sheets as being one of the teams. Chop coming in there by Tommaso. Like one of the best teams. Okay, we're looking for a suplex here by Axiom, but Tommaso grabs Axiom, slams him down. People, I got to tell you, Rebel Hot is trending a little bit at the moment. Gons said, I'm one who complains about the little guys all the time, but if you make them, it's like old school Survivor Series matches, like putting rockers on a team, Jake, and calling them the Vipers. And that makes sense, says Glockness. I reckon Wyatt 6 interfere. MFTs are going to lose, said Wanda Blair. 10 wrestlers traveling to the 619 is too expensive for just 20 minutes, said Joseph. Wrestling Void said 3.8 gig in RAM. I've only got 16 gig of RAM. I don't know. I mean, it shouldn't specifically just be our stream. I mean, my settings aren't that high, to be honest. We could stream in 4K, but I don't even have an internet connection good enough to do that. So that must just be like a YouTube thing in general, is my guess. Whoa, look at the speed! Ah, so good there by Nathan. Super kick coming in. Do you know, the in-ring tonight has been really good, but I don't think we've had much else. I suppose we had Cody attacked at the start of the show. We had a fiery Cody promo. But outside of that, there's not much else. At least the in-ring has been good tonight. Nathan perched in the corner. Lands on his feet. Rolls through to the other side. Picked up. Shadow Machine. 1, 2. Kick out. Kick out. Tommaso looking at the ref and just double checking. Was that a 2? Oh, look at that. Look at that. Shatter Machine. Okay, right now we got Lands on his feet. Goes underneath the legs. Roll up there of Tommaso. 2. No joy. Drop kick. Bang. Stomp coming in there by Tommaso. Big knee there by Tommaso. Nathan Frazer comes back. He gets a boots. Going over to the corner. Looking to make a tag. Here is Axiom. Axiom going up. Big knee, mate. Tag being made. Candice jumping around on the outside. DIY back in control. 1, 2. Brilliant. Great action. Great action. I think we can all agree that 2026 is going to be AEW year, said Dort Knights. Well, I think they'll definitely be around for it. Kick coming in. Axiom going up. Looking for a Spanish fly. Johnny up there. Boom! Axiom goes over to the corner. I think we got a few fireflies coming out. Here's Nathan. Referee! Referee was in the way, so Nathan had to jump over him. Oh, Candice gets involved. Of course she does. 1, 2. She actually takes the mask off. And, honestly, she gets involved, takes the mask off, and... Yeah, wow. He's got black hair. And no, we have absolutely no idea who Axiom actually is. There's lots of theories and thoughts, but there's just no way of knowing who it is. But it turns out he's got dark hair. And it's definitely not a kid. It's definitely a man. Look at that. It looks a bit like Ricky Saints, actually. And now they've got a towel over his head, so I can only imagine he's going to have to wear that now. So he's going to have to be known as Towel Head going forwards. Dr. Luchalala said it's so disrespectful. A kid is Axiom. No, it's not a kid. It was a man. It was definitely a man. I saw it. It was a man. Look. This is so emotional. This is Charlotte and Rhea. Whatever went down, it was to prove who was the best. I wanted to be the best. You wanted to be the best. We all wanted to be the best. For War Games. God, I honestly, guys, I just so hope these two can get on the same page. I'm so worried. I've always respected you. Rhea is saying that she would say Charlotte Flair if ever she was asked who she would want to go to war with. Yes. Yes, Bob. Yes, you can. Oh, well, that was easy. What a flipping nonsense. Great. Well, that weren't much at all, was it? Imagine if some of the other great feuds around the world could be resolved. I mean, imagine if we get Russia and Ukraine in the room and it just goes that swimmingly. Boom. We were both trying to prove that we were the best. But if there's anyone I want to go to war with, I would always say Charlotte Flair. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, no worries. Let's do that then. Yeah. Thank you. Done. Okay, right. We are just hearing from John Cena. When is this flipping advert? When is this sit-down interview? When is that? Soon. It'll be available. Soon. Daze, what happened to the Street Profits breaking up? Yeah, it's a good point. We do tease these things and then just sort of forget about them, don't we? We do tease these things and then just sort of get distracted. Okay. Finn Balor coming out. So, our next match. Don't forget to get your votes in for DIY against Fraxiom. And get your votes in before this next match starts. We're going to be going over to that very, very soon. This is going to be Finn Balor against Penta. Now, we've got half an hour left to go. I'd imagine they'll give this a little bit of time. And then I think we probably go into the big reveal of who the new members are going to be for the women. And as we said, we've kind of already got our expectations for that. Nose rings are not attractive, said Thomas. Finn Balor is here. Yes. This is the final first round matchup. The final first round matchup. Let's go. I miss Keegan. He was like the second coming of Carmen, said Brony. Oh, the men's War Games Advantage matches coming up. Gunther against Carmelo is gonna bang in it. Gunther against Carmelo. So, Gunther Carmelo and an advantage match coming up. So, a little preview of what's going down next week. And, of course, next week is our go-home shows for Survivor Series. It's going to be good, man. Survivor Series, hopefully it's just going to be... We've spoke about it a lot. A lot of people saying they wish that... there was maybe something else happening rather than War Games. I think a few people just feeling like that's kind of played out a little bit now. But it's still going to be fun, isn't it? I think the teams look pretty fun. Who had a better career, Face Balor or Heel Balor? I think Face Balor, personally. Whether you could keep going with Face Balor, I don't know. I think the general feeling... was that the demon had kind of done everything you could do with it. I don't know if that's true, but I think that was the general consensus. Joseph said Carmelo is going to get punished by the Ring General Volta. Who's going to take Sheamus's place? Well, we don't know. We don't know. I think they said that we weren't going to find that out on this show. Kind of defeats the purpose of General. So, for me, this was the best Dragunov US title match so far. Hats off to JD, said Melonhead. The reverse C4 was beautiful. The tournament has lost its excitement if we know that Gunther's winning, says the Thribs. Yes, I do understand that. I do understand that. Tobias said, do you make your own merch? We don't have any merch, no. It is something I would like to get to. I do get asked about it every now and again. I've done a couple of bits in the past, but not for many, many, many years. So probably I'll do something. I need Balor AJ one last time next year, says James. Steve said Sheamus is obviously going to be replaced by James Ellsworth. Yeah. If you're taking one banger guy out that can deliver those on a consistent basis, you need to replace with someone that can also deliver bangers. And I think we were all thinking James Ellsworth, weren't we? So that makes sense. Gons said, I don't need Finn AJ again, but if we did a traditional 5-on-5 and they were both captains, that would be great. Some of the matches make no sense to me, said Nita Nitro. I would have had Javon or Mello go all the way to make them feel legit. Whenever Daze releases merch, I'm going to swipe that off the shelf, said Wrestling Void. Well, thank you, my friends. Appreciate it. I'm glad you're not holding the whole Ram situation against me, Wrestling Void. Tony said, when you're live with other people and one bathroom, taking a bathe for 40 minutes is not good. Tony, shout out to you. The Truth Spitter said, Daze, here is my list of most overrated wrestlers of all time. Okay, let's go. In at number 4, the Great Khali. Okay. In at number 3, the Giant Gonzalez. Okay. In at number 2, Gunther. Okay. And in at number 1, John Cena. John Cena, the most overrated superstar of all time. That is from the Truth Spitter as well. So you can't argue with that. That is absolutely... That's the truth. Because it's just been spitted in our ears. Thank you. Okay, Finn Balor's in the ring. Gunther, always winning the tournament just makes you think might get changed, says Gons Putty. Big Time Baxter said, I love Fraxiom, Motor City, and DIY, but these kind of guys tank the show because main roster crowds aren't feeling the small indie guys with a lack of charisma. Who are they grabbing outside of the hardcore, says Big Time. Well, I thought it was a fun match. I didn't think it dragged the show down. I think there's a place for great tag team wrestling. I think that they're capable of great tag team wrestling. I didn't feel like they lost the crowds. I do look at the tag division, though, and is there a lack of star power there? Yes. Yes, there is. But does WWE take tag team wrestling that serious, to be honest? Finley said, the boyhood dream has come true. See you on the web. Has Tommy reached out to you, Finley? That's good. See you on the web, bud. See you on the web. Never know what's going down on the Wrestling Escape Pod. So, Finley, see you there. Penta making his way down. Let's just get the scores from that match. Came out as good 96. Good 96. So it's definitely the lowest rated match so far. 45, 4, 8, and 43. Oh, only just missed out on Great, actually. If you look, the good got 45%, Great got 43%, so quite close. Oh, we're underway. Penta and Finn, we're underway. We've only got 25 minutes to go. 25 minutes. Don't forget, we are back tomorrow. We're going to be watching the AAA show. Apparently, there's a wrestler called Dave the Clown, and how do you not want to see them? I want to see them. I'm actually a Dave the Clown stan now. So we'll be watching Dave the Clown tomorrow. Lol. Right, Finn Balor and Penta. Dave the Clown for president, says Corey. Yes. Let's go. Have we got a picture of Dave the Clown, actually? I need to see a picture of Dave the Clown. Dave the Clown. I have no idea what... Jesus Christ. Here he is. Here he is. He'll be in action tomorrow. There he is, Dave the Clown. Bah, big kick coming in. Oh, sorry, it's probably this guy. It's probably this guy. But that is also Dave the Clown, apparently. He's from Peterborough. It's probably not him, actually. It's probably this guy. That looks a cool mess, though, doesn't it? Dave the Clown. God, I hope it's him. I hope he comes out tomorrow. That'd be hilarious. Peterborough's own Dave the Clown. In the corner goes Balor. From behind. Balor goes down. Against the ropes goes Penta up and over. Comes crashing down. Takes down Finn Balor. As we go to commercial break. AAA is like at 10:15 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, said Dr. Luchalala. It's quite late, that, isn't it? Danny said, Daze the Clown. Let's go. It's secretly going to be me. It should have been me. Alan said 25 minutes for this match and we're supposed to find out Sheamus's replacement. Well, I don't think they're going to tell us Sheamus's replacement. It's probably just going to be a quick little backstage thing of Sheamus is out. I think they might have even mentioned he's already out. So, yeah, we're going to do this, and then I think we're going to get to that main moment. That women's moment. And that'll be how we wrap things up. Kick coming in there by Penta. We're at commercial break. We got 2.5 minutes to go. That clown from Peterborough looks like he should not be allowed to be 100 meters away from schools. Well, I can't comment on that. I'm sure that Dave the Clown from Peterborough is a stand-up citizen. I don't want to use this platform to throw shade at Dave the Clown from Peterborough. I'm sure he's a lovely gentleman. But, yes, he could also be a sex pest. I'm not sure. Right, we are underway then with Finn and Penta, as we said, and Balor finding his way back into this match. As Penta is down, Finn is gesturing to the crowds. Penta against ropes, reverse, Balor over the other side, round the houses, on his feet. Nice. Nice. Why is Sheamus out? He's got a shoulder injury. Undercover manager said, evening Daze, just wondered, what do we think about a stable? Maybe calling it the It's Gunther, Rusev, Dragunov, Ludwig, and one other. Maybe Lana as a manager. Well, Gunther and Ludwig have been together before, so that's fine. It might feel like a bit of a step backwards for Ludwig, but okay. Rusev being with them? I don't know, because I feel like you probably would have a leader. So I think that leader would have to be Gunther. Rusev would have to be like a bit of a general. I just don't see Gunther standing alongside people. I think he would have to be the leader, you know. So, I don't know, the dynamics of the group might be a bit tricky to work out if you used to do something like that. Gunther, to me, is just out and out the man. Anyone in a group with him are basically acknowledging him, just like the Bloodline did Roman. So, yeah, I would, don't know, I'd have a few questions around it, let's put it that way. But you might be able to make it work. Shot coming in there by Finn. And again, shots coming back there by Penta. We're looking for a suplex. Looking for a suplex. Penta. Shots coming into the midsection. Down goes Finn Balor. We're back from commercial break. Daze, we all learned that the nephew is the 6'7" kid. But Daze, his uncle was Doink, said Gon's breaking news. Even I didn't know that. TJ said there's no gentleman in this community. Well, I disagree. I think there's some real stand-up people in this community, and I think it's full of ladies. Lovely ladies. Dignified, refined, elegant, and some very stand-up gentlemen as well. So I think we've got a lovely community. over against the, apart from Trini. Trini doesn't really fit into that description. Clothesline there by Penta. Finn going over into the corner. Lands on his feet. Oh, face first. Kick coming in. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up there by Finn Balor. Okay, this match is continuing. Where are we time-wise? We've only got 19 minutes. William says lovely. Yes. And I think when we were thinking of gentlemen's, I think William was probably the number one name we were considering. Jennifer says, oh, man, we've got to be ladylike now. Come on, you are, Jennifer. Come on. Come on. Finn Balor getting picked up and driven into the corner. Look at, taking Penta down. 1, 2. Oof. James said, do I fit that description? James, of course. Of course. I think you're one of the most loveliest ladies that we've got in this community. Sarah said, lovely ladies and heartbroken guys. That's the name of our new album that's coming out. Me and Sarah have been working on a bit of music. It's called Lovely Ladies and Heartbroken Guys. Kicks coming into the side of the head there by Finn Balor. Penta has got Finn's leg and big chop coming in. Big chop. Kick coming back there by Balor. Another chop coming in. Trying to charge over. Gets picked up. Tilt-a-whirl backbreaker. Balor going over to the corner. We got 17 minutes. Another big boot coming in there by Penta. Stretch muffler into a suplex. What the hell? He's got him up. Oh, that was a muscle buster. 2. That was a lovely little... He had the leg around there doing the old stretch muffler. Picked him up into what looked to be like a bit of a suplex, but had him in a muscle buster. Oh, you just never know what you're going to see out of Penta. This, obviously, our last first round match in the Last Time Is Now tournament. This is to figure out who's going to go forward to face John Cena in his last match. Snapping back on the arm. Snap him back on the arm. Roll through there by Finn. 1, 2. Kick out by Penta. Sling blades. Over in the corner is Finn charging in. Drop kick. Penta goes back into the corner. Finn Balor. Balor climbing up. Penta down. We're looking for a coup de grace. Misses. Working on the arm. Rolling through. Looking for a cover. 2. No joy. On the feet. Round the back. Penta driver. That should do it too. Kick out. What the flip? What the flip? Big Time said, I'm starting to warm up to the 3-hour SmackDown, mainly because I think certain talent need it to flesh out their characters. More TV time because many are relegated to 30 seconds backstage. Okay, I hear that. Bit of positivity. I'm here for that. I am here for that. Back in the corner goes Penta. Look at that. There it is. The Mexican Destroyer. 1, 2, 3. Penta wins. Penta wins. Penta has done it. The boyhood dream has come true. The Mexican Destroyer. Look at this. Bang. Don't forget, we will be live 10 minutes after SmackDown. We will be live, live, as we talk about everything that went down tonight. Oh, the brackets. We're looking at a bracket. They got a bracket. Oh, we got a bracket. What? Guys, we got a bracket. It was reported on WWE that
Sheamus was out and he won't be able to compete. Oh, right. So, I mean, is it just me that thinks this is a bit random, that we're just going to put someone straight into the second round? Tonight was your night. Come Monday. Your time is up. Your time is now. Next week, I'm going to make an example out of Sammy. So we got Solo speaking. You really think you've got a chance? You really think you got a chance? You don't stand no chance. Okay, so we're just seeing some comments from the MFTs ahead of next week. I'm going to put you away, Sammy. If it's you and me, I am going to put you away. War Games. Okay, we are running out of road. Okay, MFTs should legitimately be a comedy group, said LS Dub. I'm not joking. They're actually hilarious. LS Dub, I hope you're well. Shout out to you, buds. Shout out to everyone that's joining us. The waits. The want. Autocorrect's killing me tonight, says Jennifer. I'm doing all right, Daze. Well, LS Dub, shout out to you. I've not seen any of your little shorts recently, but I know that LS Dub had started to share some of his wrestling thoughts online. So if you want to show some love to LS Dub and check his channel out, then I strongly recommend it. You're welcome, Daze. You know, I would never miss a stream, says Wrestling Void, and I appreciate that, my friends. Wrestling Void was on one of our member streams. I had a good chat with Wrestling Void, so respect. I think you're back on in the future, aren't you, buds? On Wrestle Feuds. Daze, have you decided whether UFC or boxer? It's AAA, Spartan. AAA's on tomorrow. So unfortunately, it's pro wrestling that once again takes my heart. Australia all out 1-3-2. We've got a lead of 40. Cast took that wicket of Lion. I actually thought that they would be a little problematic, James. I thought that they would want to cause as many problems as possible, frustrate as much as possible. I thought our lead might end up being about 30. So the fact it's 40 is a little more than what I was thinking. So, yeah, both teams have batted and England have a lead of 40 runs, which is not bad. I mean, that's not a bad amount. I mean, you'd take it in a heartbeat, wouldn't you? We're going to start basically at 40 for 0. I mean, they're going to need to get some early wickets. England need to make sure they weather that early storm. England just need to not collapse. Just put in just a solid performance. Give Australia something like 300 odd to have to chase. And then just hope that we can get them out again. Such a good game. Such a good game. So, yeah, we are kind of missing that, unfortunately. But hey-ho. I think Randy might be Sheamus's replacement, said Steve. But did you hear Mark Henry's terrible idea for Cena's last match? I didn't. Do you find that some of these old wrestlers do have a few terrible ideas? Yeah, I didn't hear Mark's idea. What's the prediction for Joshua Jake Paul? We spoke about that actually on the pre-show. Went in quite a bit of detail. I'm obviously not going to repeat all that, but If you want like something a bit more in depth, I should pull this out. I used to have a clips channel that I would upload to. I just don't upload to it anymore. I should pull all this stuff out, and then I could be like, "Oh, go to the clips channel. There's a video there." That's the whole point of me starting it. I am going to do that. But bottom line, I think that Joshua is pouring it onto Jake. I think the ref jumps in and stops it. I don't think Jake gets put away. I think he could if the fight was allowed to continue, but I think the ref jumps in before it gets to that point. And, I think Joshua wins TKO victory, round 2, round 3. I bet Jake survives the first round as Joshua tries to just work out, his distances, throw a few things that Jake maybe, hasn't seen before. And I just hope Joshua doesn't take it for granted. I don't think he will. But, just because it's Jake Paul, don't get in there thinking this is going to be a walk in the park. I want him to prepare like he's fighting Usyk. I want this training camp to be intense. I want him to train as hard as if he's fighting for a world title. No flipping corners cut. I want to see a full training camp. I want to see him putting in the work and, get in there, get the job done, get your money and just get gone. Right, 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Daryl said, maybe at War Games, Brock does an F5, goes for the pin, but Braun spears him. Braun then gets the pin, and at the Royal Rumble, Lesnar eliminates Braun, and it sets up a WrestleMania match. Here is Charlotte. Here is Charlotte. Charlotte Flair coming down. 8 minutes to go. 8 minutes to go. Here's Alexa. Alexa coming out. This is probably going to be a lot of... It's probably going to be... Oh, hello. I thought she was going to miss that then. Charlotte puts her hand out and Alexa completes it. Here's EO. Before 2 hours Smackdown, good night. Daze again, breakdown. Yes. 10 minutes after we will be live. Okay, EO comes out and Charlotte's quite happy to give her a hug. And now here's Rhea's music. That hits. Okay, serious look on the face of Charlotte. She's still not loving it. She's still got her mask on, Rhea. Obviously, we know she bust her nose over in Japan. Charlotte, Alexa, Rhea, EO are all in the entranceway. And as a group, they are making their way down to the ring. They messed up Cena's entire year, said Gons. So much. But Gunther beating Cena was always the right decision, and it should be. Joseph said, EO's entrance is awesome when the arena is really dark. Oh, have we seen that jacket before? It says Play Pain on the back. I don't know if I've seen that jacket before. Charlotte slowly getting in the ring. Mark Henry said that Gunther should beat Cena and then have Joe Hendry come out after, lay down in the ring so Cena can pin him, and he would be the actual last opponent. That would undermine the whole thing. Well, that just sounds rubbish, doesn't it? Okay, here is Rhea in the ring. Sign in the crowd says, cameraman, zoom in on me. You know, just because you're a wrestler doesn't mean that you would be a good booker. Just like if you're a good football player, it doesn't mean you would be a good manager. But, you know, they're still entitled to share their opinions, of course. But, yeah, I hadn't heard that. That's not one that I personally would agree with. Okay, let's see what they've got to say, shall we? It's moments like this you find out who's real and who's fake. I want to know I'm going into war with the right people, says Rhea. People like my friend EO. Big cheer for EO. What does her... Oh, is it not say anything? I thought her, like, necklace thing said something. Thought it might say EO or something, but I don't think it says anything. I've lost all respect for Mark Henry. After the Roger Jackson take, I don't pay attention, says Wrestle Rants. Mark Henry is a great DJ when he comes to the UK. So who gives a bleep what we think about him, says Dort Knights. We've got lots of woos. I know I can trust them and they can trust me, says Rhea. That's only 4 people. Yeah. If this is anyone other than AJ Lee, I'll be shocked. It's AJ Lee. I wonder if there'll be a fun AJ Lee shirt. Oh, from behind is the heel team. AJ Lee didn't realize that the heel started attack him. Okay, well, she's coming down to the ring. Oh, Becky Lynch. Becky takes out AJ. Becky is unloading on AJ right now. AJ just revealed as the final member for the babyface team. But Becky Lynch is here. Bang! And she is, of course, going to be the final member for the heel team. Asuka and Kairi working on EO. Lash in there going after Rhea, but Rhea fighting back. Rhea coming back. She's murking them on her own. Here's Kairi. Kairi coming in. Becky grabbing the leg. Where's AJ? Is AJ still down? AJ still down. Heel team in control. There is the Annihilator. Oh, she's putting some extra stank on that. Bouncing up and down on Rhea. So look at this. Becky, Nia, Lash, Kairi, Asuka. There we go. There we go. Survivor Series is set. Not a surprise. It's the teams that we expected. So we have to kind of wrap things up relatively quick because of the fact that we had ran out of road, ran out of time, and that was Survivor Series. I think it's a bit of a weird show, that one, in the sense of there's not really any sort of OMG moment that's in there. There's nothing really that big or dramatic that's in there. The reveals of Becky and AJ had been leaked ages ago. So, you know, that's not a surprise to me. I kind of like AJ coming down, getting murked by Becky. That was kind of fun. That was a nice little moment. I like that. He'll stand tall. It's a bit too early to kind of read into that. But it was just an okay episode. It's maybe one of those episodes that if you missed, I don't think you missed a great deal. Personally. It's definitely an episode you can miss and quite easily catch up with. But it's also maybe an episode we need as we continue on the road towards Survivor Series. Brony said, like usual, War Games just feels a bit forced. WWE doesn't use War Games when a feud calls for it. They just do it because it's on the schedule. That is a big criticism that gets thrown against War Games, yes. Pretty decent show, though, said Black Onyx. I'm going to go 7.3. Well, I am going to put a tweet out now to get people's feedback. So, feedback requests. What did you think of Smackdown? What did you think of Smackdown? You can go over to my X account right now, and you can leave your feedback on that. Don't forget, in like 8 minutes, we will be live with our next stream. It's just a quick little 20-minute stream. It's just where we talk about the show. We go through everything. We kind of break everything down and talk about thoughts on different aspects. And should be pretty fun. Looking forward to it. It's just a shame there wasn't really anything a bit more monumental for us to get our teeth into. But hey, that's okay. That is okay. Right. Let's put that in. Lovely. Benny said, maybe this is for Unseen, but the Haroon twins report that Ilya had a wardrobe malfunction with trunks. Do you like those malfunctions? Well, I did not see any wardrobe malfunction in regard to Ilya. So I am going to brandish that as fake news. Right, we're done. Appreciate people joining us. Hope you had a good time. Really do appreciate people joining us as well. We always like to start a couple of hours before. Don't forget, we will be back in a moment, but after that, we will be back tomorrow with a proper live stream where we have a chat and everything. AAA going down tomorrow, and we've got Chelsea Green, Ethan Page, Dirty Dominic Mysterio, El Grande, Dave the Clown. All in action tomorrow, so we'll be here for that. So thanks, appreciate it, and I'll see you in a minute for the breakdown. Bye for now.